I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a prayer. I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fist and right, it's true.
Good morning. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. Good morning, guys. I'm looking at the news and just watching the hurricane, which I never remember the name of. What the hell's the name of it? No idea. No idea. I don't know. It's a hurricane. It's hitting Florida. I am not a weatherman. This is not my forte. I'm just watching that it made landfall in Florida, and it's affecting Clearwater. It's affecting Tampa. It's affecting everything like north of that on the west coast of Florida. It just made landfall, and you could, if you tune into like any of the things. I'm watching Ryan Hall, y'all, and the pictures he's got it's ridiculous. I there's so much to say and so much I just can't say. They have they've shown pictures and footage of the water being so high that it actually takes the roof off of small shelters that they have around. So they're looking at like 10 to 16 foot storm surges. It's ridiculous. I can't stop thinking about Outpost Nerd because I know he lives down there. My daughter's father lives down there. And God, I know you're listening because you hit Clearwater, but it was a joke. Just saying. Just saying. I am not responsible for that man's life. I'm responsible for his misery before now. But any misery he incurs now. Outpost, there you are. Call me when it's a category 5 and the wind's over 175 miles an hour. Oh, you're okay. I'm so happy. I was worried. Don't make anything out of it. I was worried. I love you. Jerk. Shut up. Good God. All right. So Nerd's okay. So, all right. I'm happy. It's not near you. Good. Okay. Is it coming near you? Because I'm not happy about that either. Lady Autumn Sky, Grand Risings. It's been a hell of a week so far, and it's only Wednesday. In case you're wondering. Hey, Caitlin, it's Wednesday. I just hit my head on the microphone. What the hell, man? Oh, it's going to be that kind of day, huh? All right, God, I see you. Rabbit, good morning, Rabbit. How are you? Idalia, yeah, I'm horrible. If they didn't name it like Kate or something like that, I wouldn't know what the hell it was called. Caitlin, good morning. Brian, that Ryan Hall, y'all. Yeah. I love that guy. Oh my God. ET3. Did I miss somebody? Just so you know, I am functioning on less than 2 hours of sleep. I'm very, very, very tired. And that plays in well with what we're talking about today. Let me get rid of this Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay. I was gonna show it, but I really don't want to. How you feeling, Rabbit? Rabbit said pain is less tomorrow morning. Is the cardiac? You're getting a cardiac catheter? Is that what you're getting? You know, Rabbit, I feel like you haven't really told us what's going on. I know it's really none of our business, but we're kind of all invested in you since you're like, I hate to say it, you're the mom, but you're like the leader of us. Like, we want to know you're okay. Hi, Danielle. Good morning. You're getting an exam? Okay, Rabbit. Do me a favor, shoot me a DM and tell me how you are. If you if you know how to use Discord. I know you do. It's just Discord can be confusing. My greatest advice on Discord is just press buttons until something happens. That's what I do. Lady said, "Oh, I don't know." Yeah, no, I didn't know either. She doesn't tell us. She likes her secrets. I love you, Rabbit. Please tell us so that we could, say prayers ahead of time, do what we all need to do. We love you. That's not lip service. You're our rabbit. You belong to us. We want to take care of you. T3, I have a bad heart, so monitor. Yeah. I have a story is here. Hello, 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 hello. In case you guys don't know, I have a story is more commonly known as Yamaha Biker. Our 6 foot, whatever, very deep voiced, wonderful man. Love him. He does. I have a story, and that's his new channel. So if you could just check that out, subscribe to him. In fact, anybody that is in our chat that you see, click on them, see what they're doing, see if they have a channel. I can't see everybody. We have quite a few lurkers. Hi, lurkers. I love lurkers. I do. Sometimes people are not doing it for nefarious purposes. Usually people that lurk in the channels that I go to, they want to hear something, but they're like, oh, I'm too tired to talk, or I'm doing work, or I'm doing I'm feeding the kids. And they just want me in their ear in the background, just saying, it's okay. You can do it. And again, hey, now what? Hey, man. What happened, Caitlin? I said hi. I said it's Wednesday. I'm so excited. I knew what day it was. You know why? Because I've been awake. It's the 8th hour of Wednesday, and I've been awake for 6 of them so far. Yay. I don't know what happened last night. My brain would not shut off. It just wouldn't. I was like, are you kidding me? I have a story. Loved hearing you on Expert Stream. Yeah, I have a story is great. Yamaha is amazing. I got to spend some time with him in Expert's voice chat. And I think was it after? I think it was after a movie. Might have been right after Galaxy Quest. Because I went in there and Winning and I went in there and we were just like, all right, talking to everybody, and he was in there, and that was the first time I had like a real sit down conversation with him, and he was just so pleasant. He's funny. It's hard to filter when I get going. Who you telling? Hello, have you met me? Hard to filter when you get going. If I get just a little bit too aggravated, the F-bombs flourish. Oh, they drop over like the Blitz in London. I cannot control my mouth. I go into Experts chat, and yesterday I was like, the things that they were saying, first of all, I love them. They are the most welcoming couple ever. Every time I go to that chat, I'm happy. I feel very safe. I feel seen. I feel wanted there. I feel like somebody wants me to be there. And like people like the Expert and the White Rabbit, they do that so second nature that they don't realize what a gift that is to people who are used to being on the outside. And it's not that anybody ever put me on the outside. It was that I just felt that's where I had my place. Again, welcome to Coffee and Chaos. Heavy on the chaos. I got the coffee. It ain't doing shit. But the chaos, oh yes, it's my brain is okay, but it's it's telling me, yeah, you're just going to be a huge screw up today. So embrace the chaos, embrace me jumping all around. And it ties into our whole sacrifices and stress theme. Danielle said they're the greatest. Yes, they're a wonderful couple. I love the way they go back and forth. But I got to tell you, I show great restraint in other people's chats, especially the experts. Because I don't want to muck it up. And I don't want to screw up my welcome, so I'm on my best behavior. Outpost nerd, I won't get the chaos until I get to the asylum. I mean the middle school. Lady Autumn. I tuned in as trivia was ending. However, I lurked to the end. Yeah, no, I just. Oh my God, I have a story said to Rabbit. Well, he meant to say feel better. Don't say fell better because she'll do it. Feel better. That's an order. For whatever that's worth. She can kick your ass with her eyes closed. She said right back to you. Thank you. I'm good. Just routine exams coming up. I mean, Rabbit, I can't. I've lost so many people. I can't even think about it. So you're just not allowed, woman. I don't know what I'd do on here without you. You're everywhere I go. I'm sorry, at Lady Autumn Sky, I could barely keep my eyes open to trivia. Yeah, you were like, yeah, I'm done. I had to take a nap right when it was done. We had so much fun. I do great right up until like question 22, 23. And then I panic and I hit buttons I know I shouldn't hit. And I friggin' lose. I'm like, got that one wrong. And I knew the answer. Got that one wrong. And I knew the answer. Oh, shit. So stupid. I love playing trivia, but oh, Lord, I put so much pressure on myself. I didn't grow up with just games. This is part of the sacrifice and stress. The way I grew up, when we played games, my family was cutthroat. You have no idea. But it was, Lord, you won, or they would tease you relentlessly until the next game. And in the summertime, that was fine because the next game was like an hour from now. But when it's like fall or spring, no, they could tease me for months if I failed. I don't like being teased. So I always made sure I won. And I didn't cheat. My grandfather used to cheat. And he was so bad at it. Oh, good God. I know I'm skipping all around. Today's going to be a very rabbity, hoppy day because we're going to be bouncing from one thing to another. And I'm going to squirrel like you've never seen me squirrel before. This is worse than sleeping or staying awake for 36 hours straight. I should have just stayed awake. I really should have, but I was so drained. Yeah. Why? Yesterday was just stressful for me. Discord last Sunday left me exhausted. Girl, I go in like 2 places in Discord. That's it. I basically hop between winning server and expert server. I don't even spend time on my own damn server. My best score was last week. I came in second. I know. Had the same right as number 1. However, they were quicker. So I was in no rush to ruin my record. It's so, because you say, oh, all right, I'm going to wait for the scores. I know I didn't win, but oh, dear God, please let me be in the top 10, please. It worked so hard. I was so diligent. But yeah, no, I love the trivia. It's such a fun night. And the comments, good God. So this was my whole point. I was on my best behavior. And good God, I deserve a medal and money and like a big ass trophy and a cheesecake because at one point, the gorgeous White Rabbit said to the expert, how long does it take you to eat a taco? I mean, it's little. And she even did like a little, like with her fingers, like, oh, yeah, it's this little thing. And I was like, yes, expert. How long does it take you to eat a small taco? Because my mind lives in the gutter. And I wanted to say it so bad. And I was just like, I was like, just shut up, Shell, please. Just for the one time, just shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. And I did. I kept it to myself. But the comments kept coming. And it was like, what do you like on your taco? And I was like, oh, I was like, just say you, honey. And I would have just died right there. I would have died. I really wish the white rabbit would have. Dear God, I wanted to like just possess her for like a half a second so that she could turn when he said, well, what do you like on your taco? She could have been like, you for starters. But Lord, that's what I wanted to say for her. And then I was like, man, I feel like that was a wasted opportunity because she was like, I don't know, lettuce, meat. I was like, yeah, meat's a good one. Go with meat. Like, let's go. Come on. But oh my God, I had so much fun just trying to hold back. I typed it out so many times. I was like, bitch, do not hit enter. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Outpost nerd. Did we wake up cranky? Come on, you know I'm not like that. Be nice. I love you. I just got happy that you're safe. Don't make me put a hex on you. I'll give you dysentery. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Dysentery. You can have dysentery. You don't want dysentery in a middle school. Good God. Those bathrooms. No. Okay. I feel like I'm more awake, I guess. Now, whatever shall we talk about? Today is sacrifices and stress. And this leads into Fridays. And here's the thing, Lady Autumn Sky, I was wondering if if you would like to join me Friday morning, or if you would like to send me something you want me to read Friday morning, because this is a really good area for you. Friday, I want to talk about self-care. I want to talk about what we can do when we're under a lot of stress, when we're doing all the sacrificing that we do on a daily basis, and you're feeling kind of run down and you just don't feel like yourself. You don't really take care of yourself because you don't have the time. Everybody else is first. And good morning, Crystal. And people, women and men. I'm not saying this is just a female thing. If a guy would like to tell me what they could do for, like what other guys can do to relieve themselves of stress and have self-care, you're more than welcome. Just DM me and let's see what we could do. But Lady Autumn and everybody in chat and everybody listening, I would really love to discuss the things we can do to take care of ourselves, to rejuvenate the spirit, rejuvenate the body, rejuvenate the mind, and try to be more resilient. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I feel like we're so drained because we're all burning the candle at both ends. Like one is our effort and the other is the effort to deal with what this world is throwing at us at a constant pace. Oh, I was talking to you, Lady Autumn's guy. She said, I had a phone call. I'm just now catching up. Okay, I'll ask again. If you would like to come on to the show on Friday morning to talk about self-care, the things that we could do, or you can write something up if you don't want to be on camera and I could read it out. Same for you, Rabbit. Reduce stress, do hard labor so you're up, so you're too tired to be stressed out. That's one way. And that's really a good way. Exercise, hard work, physical labor, any kind of physical exertion that is under your control, stuff like that. But Lady Autumn always has a lot of She has a lot of insight into energies. And one of the things that we don't self care on is our energy a lot of the time. And I'm not talking about the energy that gets you up and keeps you going, like that you get from caffeine. I'm talking about like masculine and feminine energies that we all have and the balance that we keep. Now you're up to live. Okay. So I want to talk about how to balance out those energies and why they get out of whack. Like today, we're going to talk a lot about like why they get out of whack. And Friday, we're going to talk more about how we can level them out when we need to lean one way or another. Because having both of those energies, that allows you to be more resilient. It allows you to cope in different ways. Sometimes it allows you to cope while the situation is going on so that you can remain calm and think clearly. And oh yeah, Daniel said I like that idea, rabbit. Yeah, because when you're like you're doing something and you're sweating, you're just like, oh my God. And then you have something that you accomplished. That does so much to like lift your spirits and to give you more self-confidence, more self-esteem. Um, what what I've been told is called like an inner faith. Because you have faith in God, you have faith in humanity, and you have faith in yourself. Now, of course, your faith in yourself is how you deal with other people and how you deal with situations. Some people automatically, like me, go into a situation going, I can't do that. I can't do this. And I hate the I can't thing. Usually, when I say I can't, it's in a funny situation where I'm looking at somebody that I've got no words to describe what the hell you're doing. I have no idea why you're doing it. I cannot put words to the situation. And all I wind up saying is, I can't. I can't with you. I can't. And I can't with you. You heard it right. There was no with. It was, I can't with you. That's very, like, I can't say it any other way. It sounds stupid. But to me, anyway, and that's all that really matters in my head is my opinion, as your opinion should matter in yours. But I really love like the discussions that we've had in the past, Lady Autumn and I, about the different energies. I'll have to see if it's something I could work out. May have little ones in the background. Oh, that don't bother me. And you don't have to turn your camera on or anything. But I would love for you to be able to explain the energies to people because as much as I know it, I'm only just learning it. Oh yeah, we love little one noises. Girl, I'm a kindergarten teacher. I'll be right at home. Like Danielle said, getting my yard back in shape after this storm may do the trick on my end. Are you in the path of the storm? Please tell me you're not. Because I wasn't even there. For some reason I never place you near there. Believe it or not, I always think you belong in Texas, Danielle. I don't know why. I take different people from chat and I put them in different places where I think they fit. Oh, I'm glad you're not in the path. Good. Oh, anybody that is, I mean, please say a prayer for the people who are in the path because that looked, oh my God. And you know, those Floridians, they're stubborn. They're like, oh, we don't evacuate during a hurricane. We just close the door, put sandbags, and have a party. Like, are you crazy? Like, I can withstand a hurricane over here. I'm on the 5th goddamn floor, but of a 12-story building. I ain't going anywhere. It doesn't matter how much water there is. I ain't going anywhere. And I'm at the top of a hill, so I'm good. So I don't worry about it. But like other people who live in regular places, where you have 1 story, 2 stories, I worry because that water that I saw was well over the 1st story height. So I can't imagine it had to have broken so many windows and everything. Danielle said, very true. Floridians don't listen. No, you don't. None of yous do. Oh, but nope, I'm good. I'm here in good old hot ass Florida. It feels like the whole country is just hot as hell. Lady Autumn said, I work magic, so it's possible. You are very magical. I'll give you that. But back to what we were talking about. Like I said, I'm going to rabbit and hop around a lot. This is not even squirrels. This is rabbits. This is 1,000 rabbits in my mind, suddenly released. And I'm like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm just going to randomly follow them. And it doesn't help that I have this cat. Stop trying to push me out of the damn chair. Get down. Get down. I'm not giving you treats. In a minute, I'm going to give you the damn catnip. This way you leave me the hell alone. I love Snips, but she's just like, I want this chair. No, no, no. No, it's my chair. So I'm all over the place. Anyway, but I'm in a good mood. So, hey, my voice is wrecked because I just talked so much yesterday. I'm so over talking. This could be like the silent hour. Crystal Clear Central looks like it hit in a good place. No cities. Of course, not good for people who live there, but not as many people as it could have been. Also downgraded to 3. Oh, that's good. I thought it was still a category 4. I'll lend you rabbit power. She's so cute. Thanks, Crystal. Yeah, it hit in a good place, but that's only because they evacuated people. The thing about Florida is it's mostly flat where it hit. And you don't think there's a lot of people? There's a lot of people. Like a lot. And the roads are going to suck. Category 3 now. Yeah, that's what Crystal said. I mean, no, I believed her. Here's another disclaimer. If my tone comes across wrong today, please don't hold it against me because my self-regulation is not really there. My voice isn't there either. So all different tones are going to come out and I don't mean them. Just remember, I love you. I'm in a good mood and we're going to get through this together. So sacrifices and stress. I remember when I was little, like I told you many times before, anybody who's just joining us for the first time, I'm Shelly, T3. I am in Hoboken, New Jersey. I am born and raised in Hoboken, New Jersey. I am a Jersey girl, if you can't tell by the accent. And I was raised primarily by my grandmother, who was my hero forever. She was God. She was just everything. Outpost Note said, no, many of the areas are below sea level. Yep, just like mine. Just like mine. Most people in the area are not directly on the coast. Some places, yes, but not the entire coastline. Like most of Florida, there are several miles inland. Example, I think Perry is 20 miles inland. I have no idea. You know better than me. There are people in Florida I love, and people in Florida I hope take a swim in the ocean and just keep going. It's like, God, you'll hit England eventually. Hi, Grimmy. How are you? The wonderful Grimm's Bar. If y'all can check out his channel, he makes beautiful, beautiful music, which I plan on stealing for my outro if, I ever get around to making one. I hope you don't mind, Grimmy. I give you full credit. Don't worry about it. More than likely, Winning's going to do it anyway. So, because I don't edit. I just don't. Every time I do, I cut something off that wasn't supposed to be cut off. Thank God I don't edit in real life. Anyway, my grandmother was my hero. She was everything to me. I mean, everything. I thought this woman could do it all. And she did. She ran a business. She ran my grandfather's business from the, paper side, the paperwork side, which was way before computers. So she did everything by hand. Everything. I learned how to do the billing. I think I was 4 when she started training me on how to do it. Because it's all, organization and then the typing and everything else. Because we just had the typewriter, that clickety 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 clickety. I love that sound. Oh, I miss the sound of an electronic typewriter. It was just that humming of the, you'd plug in, turn on, and it was just like, because it had to warm up. and the clicking and the cursing and, because there's no autocorrect and there's no delete. So you had to use like whiteout or whatever. If you needed more than one copy, you had to use carbon paper. That was fun. Who doesn't remember using carbon paper as a kid to draw and then get the thing underneath? Love that. But this woman could do anything. She ran the business. She cooked better than anybody I've ever met. And all, by memory. She never measured shit. She knew how to do it by eye. And luckily, she taught me. She could bake anything. She was very generous, very, very intelligent. She had a wealth of medical knowledge because that was what she loved. And they couldn't send her to college, but that didn't mean she wasn't going to study. She studied. She did it all. So it was just, oh, God, she was so good. So good. But one of the things that I also emulated, I also did Good Morning, White Rabbit. We were just talking about last night. And why I showed great restraint. I have a story. Mom would get mad at me because I would pretend it was a machine gun. You pretend what was a machine gun? Because I didn't think you were talking about anything in particular. And if it is what I'm thinking, shame on you. Shame on you. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Danielle, she was wonderful. She really was. She was one of those people that just everything she did was for her family. She would go to the bank, and if the bank had the teller, like if the teller was pregnant, she would make a whole layette set. She would go home and crochet or knit a whole layette set for whoever was pregnant, and she'd go back to the bank very quickly, and like maybe like a week and a half. Oh, honey bunch. Everybody was honey bunch. I was honey bunch. All of us. She'd be like, "Oh yeah, no, I made this for you," and then she'd run out, and it would be like this perfect little like jacket, like all frilly, depending on what they were having. With the little like the gown, the sack gown, she would like crochet a sack gown, and she'd have like the little mittens, little booties, a little bonnet. Oh my God, the hats. Oh, the hats were everything. Everything, everything, everything. So it was like, but I mean, she made these for these women. And it was like, Graham, like, do you even know her? I don't have to. I don't have to know her. Why would I have to know her? Because you just made her like a shitload of stuff. I mean, you put all this effort in. Oh, it doesn't matter. You do that for somebody else, for them, not for you. I was like, but you don't know. I don't have to know her. Okay. It's okay. She was always like that. You don't have to like be friends with somebody to want to do something nice. She said, if you want to do something nice, do it. Don't let anybody get in your way. Don't let anybody tell you that you shouldn't. Don't worry about getting anything back either. That was her biggest thing. Do not worry about somebody doing back for you what you're doing for them. If you can't give without any thought of return, then don't bother. She was like, you need to work on yourself then, because you need to have a more giving spirit. And then when I was a teenager, she was like, Michelle, you're too generous. You're generous to a fault. It's going to be your undoing. Bitch, did you not spend fucking like 10 years telling me to be generous and not expect a return? And now that I'm generous and don't expect a return, you tell me that I got to like smarten up. Like, I'm getting mixed signals, woman. But her modeling of that behavior, she was always giving. And it wasn't material things that mattered. That was the one thing she said. She said, listen, I've been dirt poor and I've been rich as Roosevelt. She was like, and the only time I was happy was when I was taking care of somebody, when I was doing for somebody else, because that's who I am. And it turns out that kind of is who I am too. I don't like asking for help. Not always because I don't think they're going to give me the help, but because I have this thing about standing on my own. I want to own 100% every achievement that I reach. I don't want anybody else involved usually when I'm doing something nice for somebody else because they might want some type of return and I don't. If I lend somebody money, it's like I'm saying I'm giving them money because I never expect that money back. I don't. I'm not going to stress over it. I'm not going to give you my last dollar so my children are homeless. They always come first. That's first and foremost. It's the kids, then the bills, and then like everybody else. And I tend to go last. I'm like low man on the totem pole, which is a misnomer because apparently if you're low on the totem pole, you've been there the longest. And if you're high on the totem pole, it means that you're new and you're a low ranking, whatever, which I guess makes sense because they don't build the totem pole from like the top down. They build it from the bottom up. And the bottom part would be the most sturdy and the oldest. It's the one you put there first. Let's see what I missed when I went on my little tirade. Not tirade. I mean, I just kind of whatever. I told you words are not my friend today. Words are not my friend. So glad to hear that you're safe. At Danielle from the White Rabbit. See, she's sweet like that. Big hug headed your way. Ooh, can we do a group booby hug? I love booby hugs. I love to give them and get them. Danielle said she knew it was rewarding to be a blessing to others. I mean, that's just how she was. And I think because of who she was, I wound up thinking that money really it doesn't really matter. Like as long as I have it, I give it to the people that I think, not that they need the money. I want to do something. And I'm stuck here in this chair and I'm not baking and I'm not crocheting because let's face it, I tried to crochet. I was so upset. I didn't realize that my hands would cramp every like 2 minutes. And I was like, forget this. I was so downtrodden. I was just like, oh man, all the things that I know how to do, drawing, painting, crocheting, typing out a story. I type on here in little bits and, pieces. But for the most part, my hands get so cramped that I'm just like, yeah, no. I used to write whole stories. I could barely write my name some days. And I know it sounds extreme, but it's just when you look at me, you're like, oh, she's all right. She's not shaking. And then as soon as I go to like grab something or like write with a pencil, my hand cramps into like a claw. And I'm just like, all right, I'm just horrific now. And the pain, good God. But I forget. And I hate that I got robbed of all the things I love to do. Really, it just bothers me. Your grandmother taught you selflessness and humility. That's amazing. Well, she had a doctorate in both because God, that woman gave up so much. That's what moms do. Everyone else first. Oh yeah. I would die for my kids. I would kill for my kids. And neither one would require any thought. That's all automatic. You just throw yourself in. Lady Autumn. Yeah, I never understood that, like having your cake and eating it too. Like the whole reason for cake is to eat. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's kind of how it was. The White Rabbit. Words are hard. I couldn't even say the word bowl the other day. Oh my God. I tried even typing. I think I was talking to Nerd. And I was like, I must have typed the same goddamn word at least 4 times. And it just wouldn't work. And I was like, I don't want to play anymore. I'm done. I just I can't people today can't do it. Like I was not functioning. He thought it was hilarious. Lasix causes you to lose potassium. Oh, I have to take 1,000 milligram potassium daily or I cramp everywhere. Nobody told me that. I take the damn Lasix for my leg. God damn it. You see, like, this is frustrating. Oh, Lord. Now I got to call my doctor when we get off here and be like, Jerky, you want to tell me something about potassium and, the constant cramping and shaking? That because I have to take that damn Lasix. Anyone want to go to work for me and send me the money? You want them to go to work and send you the money. They don't want to go to work for themselves in that crap. Are you kidding? Lady said, I know White Rabbit, I know the feeling I sometimes find myself not knowing the English word. My dad was born in Mexico, but I was born here. English is my first language and still words are hard. Absolutely. You believe me, Rabbit, I am going to call my doctor and ream him a new asshole because he knows for the past 4 months I've been on this damn Lasix and the cramps are getting worse. The arthritis feels like it's getting worse in my hands, nowhere else, just in my hands. Like in the other places, it's bad, but not like my hands. I made the mistake of trying to open a can of tuna the other day with the regular, what the hell is it called? Can opener. There we go. And oh my God, I wound up in tears because I couldn't even like get it to where I could like squeeze it closed. But I do want to mention something, Rabbit, because White Rabbit. This is for White Rabbit because if the other rabbit said it, I'd be like, oh, Jesus. White Rabbit. Yesterday, I'm going to pretend to be the expert because I feel like I'm kind of channeling him right now. So yesterday, the White Rabbit was talking about tacos. And she asked me, how long does it take you to eat a taco? Woman, you owe me because I had 9,000 comments ready to go. They were just like, please pick me. I was like, no. It was like having a kindergarten class of perverts. I was like, just sit down, shut up. Don't say nothing. No, these are good people, Michelle. These are good people. Stop it. And then he said to you, well, what do you want on your taco? Like, what do you like on your taco? And I really wanted you to just look at him and be like, you big boy. Like, you really, that was such a missed opportunity, I feel. I just feel like that was, Nerd said, Shelly mixed with the expert? That's scary. Boy, you don't know the half of it. Grimm's Bar, how's everybody doing today? Some people are awake and some people are just faking it. Like my eyes are open, but no, I'm not here. So anyway, don't be mad, White Rabbit. I just thought it was hilarious. And he was like, what do you like on your taco? I literally slammed my hand over my mouth because I forgot I wasn't on mic. I'm so used to just always being on mic. And I was just like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. But oh my God, it was hilarious. The taco thing was just endless. And then when he was talking about refried beans, he's like, they really stick to you. I was like, yeah, that's not the only thing they do. Like we know. But you can make the double decker tacos. It's just instead of refried beans on the soft taco, put guacamole, or you could put sour cream, or you could put any other kind of just like maybe like melted cheese or whatever. Good morning, Sean. And Sean is the reason why everybody was confused about the Trish thing. Sean calls me Trish. Sean said, Trish wants the D. And I said, Trish does not want the D. I was talking about me. And expert was all confused. And I was like, I can't explain it. Because every time I typed it, it wasn't enough. I was like, fuck it. I was like, I don't care. Outpost nerd. Beans, they're good for the heart. Yep, the more you eat, the more you fart. The more you fart, the better you feel. So eat beans with every meal. Yep, I remember that one. Who doesn't know that one? Sean, he was like, that was so funny. And I were like, who wants the D? Somebody wants the D? Who wants the D? I was like, duh. Like, we all do. But now that I've just talked about wanting the D, let me go back to talk about my beloved grandmother. Because that's what we do. So glad you were able to be there and have a good time. I had a great time, White Rabbit. I had a great time, and so did Sean. He was on his best behavior as well, thank God. That statement was nothing compared to the things he said. That's why when people are like, "Oh, I hate trolls." No, some of my like really good friends were trolls. Sean was the worst troll. Oh, good God. He, he was just relentless. We were all having issues and everything at the time. And he was just like, hey, can I ask you a question? And then he just backtalk you. But he didn't expect us to give him like legitimate answers. We actually stopped and thought about it. He was like, wait a minute, you're going to answer? You're actually going to think about it and answer? Oh, shit. Like, I like you guys. I'm coming around here more often. And he kept good on that promise. Tent gate is real. Tent gate. Eat beans only if you're away from people the next day. I did that to my in-laws. I had made baked ziti, and my father-in-law was like, "Does it have cheese in it?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Can you put extra?" I was like, "It's like 5% actual pasta, and the rest is just cheese, like different kinds of cheeses. There's the ricotta cheese, there's mozzarella, there's Asiago, there's Parmesan, and I put it all in there." And I was just like, "Okay." He ate like 3 servings of it, and I mean, I do not give normal portions. I'm Italian. I feed you like you've never eaten before, and you're never going to get a chance to eat again. So this has to sustain you for life. And he had 3 portions. And the next morning, my mother-in-law was like, I didn't think to tell you that he gets gassy with cheese. And she said at one point, I think the blanket was like up to the ceiling and it just staying there. I was like, wow. Don't eat beams near an open flame. Don't eat beams. Yeah, don't eat beams. They're kind of woody. Don't eat beans. Beans. I can't talk. I can't. I'm a horrible person. This is whatever. Welcome to the shit show. That's why I called it chaos. Everybody had such great names. And I was like, listen, I'm doing the shit on my own. I got to come up with things to talk about. I got to try to like rein in that part of me that wants to hang from the ceiling and go, hee, and just demolish the world. With humor. But yeah, no. I don't know where that thought went. I lost the tail end of it. My family loves my baked beans. Next day is a fart fest. From the moment my son was born, I called him Fart Master Flex because he farts like a Tommy gun. It's just brrr, and it's just nonstop. And he loves to crop dust you. He just walks past. He's like, "You're welcome. Thanks." Having a boy, very different experience than raising a girl. She was all like, "Oh, my hand is dirty," or, "Oh, can you do my hair?" He was just hanging from chandeliers and shit, eating upside down. It was like, oh, good God. But it was all snot and fart jokes. It's great. But yeah, back to my grandmother. She sacrificed a lot. In the Depression, her husband ate first because he was the breadwinner. He had to have the energy to go out and work all day because they were grateful that he had a job. He was an apprentice to somebody, and he was working in one of the ammo factories where they make the bombs and they do the bomb casings and whatever. So his job was really like, because he had to attach some kind of, I guess it wasn't a detonator, but it was, I get whatever like contraption they put inside the shell of the bomb all the way at the nose, like where it's supposed to land. I don't know if it's a weight or if it's an activator. I don't know. It was way, way back, and I wasn't even a twinkle. Hell, my father wasn't even a twinkle in somebody's eye. Or my mother. I kind of forgot her this morning. Anyway, when he would do that, she would feed him first because he had to provide and whatever, no matter how dangerous it was. And then she would feed my uncle and my mother. Oh yeah, my mother was a twinkle. She was there. But then she wouldn't eat. Sometimes she didn't eat for days because they just didn't have the food. They didn't have the money for the food and they didn't have the food. They were doing a business and everything went into their fund to build the business that he was going to build. And, he knew that wartime and all that wasn't going to last forever. Hard times were not going to last forever. So he put away and put away, put away. As soon as he had enough, he bought land in Hoboken and built the damn station. But she still sacrificed because you don't just blow up into a success overnight. You take out some loans, you do this, you do that. And she did it all. And it was amazing. But she told me about, she was like, sometimes I would go and my stomach felt like it was going to eat itself. She was like, I wore clothes with tons and tons of like holes in them that I just mend. I'd wear a dress until it was threadbare, like it was nothing. And she would tell me this and she would say, well, if I had $5 and I knew that, my mother was running like a little low or one of my sisters didn't have it that week, I would give them the money and I would make do. She's like, and I never expected the money back and they never paid the money back. Like never said, oh, here you go. She said, it was just a mutual understanding. Like we were raised the same. I'm going to do for them. And maybe someday, if I need it, they're going to do for me. And that's how they lived their lives. They were always there for each other. They never bitched and moaned about who needed a loan, who needed a ride, who needed this, who needed that. It was just there. That's how like tight knit they were. You never knew secrets outside of their little like sisterhood. They didn't include their brother in it because he's a boy and they're yucky. But these are 4 sisters who they did everything for one another. They had no secrets. They knew every good thing, every bad thing. And they knew that they were going to give. And if they couldn't do back, that's fine. My aunts actually gave me $2,000 to get out of Kansas when I lived there because they wanted me away from my ex-husband. And they were like, just take it, go get the Penske truck and just get the hell out of there. Your mother's coming to get you. The expert. Oh, morning, kids. Anyone ever eat Taco Bell's breakfast? Well, we're on my channel. Good morning to you. Good day, good day, good day. We just discussed the whole, how long does it take you to eat a taco? And then you asking White Rabbit, what do you like on your taco? And I kind of wanted her to turn around and be like, haha, you big boy. Just to sit, like she would have said it like dead face. Like she could have done it. I have every faith in her. I really wanted to see your reaction though. Because I think it would have been great. I think you would have lit up more than the neon sign behind you. That would have been phenomenal. But the time has passed. But it still tickles my fancy. So, yeah. So anyway, so like I was saying, my grandmother gave up a lot. When I got pregnant with my daughter, my grandmother was like, yeah, no, you're moving in here. I tried living with my mother. My mother was like, no, you got to go. Oh, good. Kicked me out at 6 months pregnant. That's great, Ma. Thanks. And I just went to live with my grandmother. And as much as she lectured me about getting pregnant outside of wedlock, for the love of God, let's buy a crib. Let's get this. She made me so many clothes for this child. I have a suitcase of baby clothes that my grandmother made for her that I used on Connor when he was born as well. And I'll have them forever. I mean, eventually I'll probably give them to my kids, but like they'll be with me as long as I can because they're little pieces of her that I get to keep. Like I have my layette that she made for me when I was little. I have tons of stuff. Taco omelets are great to start the day. Yeah, I couldn't eat breakfast this morning. I didn't eat dinner last night, so it's like this has been me lately. I'm eating like one meal a day, and it's like a bagel. I feel like I'm in some like weird kind of mom prison. It's just bizarre. But as long as there's coffee, nobody has to die. Um, yeah, so she gave up so much. I moved in with her and it was her house and everything was hers and it never felt like it wasn't my house too. It was always my home. No matter where I lived, that's where I referred to as home. Anywhere she was. It wasn't the house, it was where she was. She made it a home. And she did that because she gave everything of herself. There was nothing that woman would not have done for me. She was a little rough on her kids, but she had to be. She knew that they were going to face tough times. But then I came along and it was all, oh, a baby. Then I had a baby and she was even more like rejuvenated. I mean, the woman was 80 and just, give me that baby. I don't, and just, oh, honey bunch, da, 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 da. Like everything was just that baby. Everything. Oh, Lord. Sean. Anyway, I'm ignoring you, Sean. I love you, but I'm ignoring you. Trish is ignoring you. See, expert, I'm Trish. And he's Sean D. Shelly, well, he said Trish wants the D, and that's what he's saying. Because his other D, I'm so not interested in. He can keep it and play with it all he wants, but play with it himself. I have no desire for that. Shelly, you need to take care of yourself. Try to eat better. Wish you lived here. Well, I did live there. I just came home. Well, as my mom said, there's a difference in being a mother and a grandmother. There is. I mean, but my grandmother always treated me like I was hers. She overrode my mother like nothing. Like nothing. Like my mother would say, oh, you have to do this. And my grandma would look at her and go, no, she doesn't. And I'd be sitting there like, I don't want to be in the middle of this. And they would just go at it. You don't have a right to tell her to do anything. You don't take care of her. Like, it was just like, you're going to give her rules in my house? I don't think so. Grandma let me get away with murder. Good God. I could do anything. The only thing that used to piss her off was when I would get a new book and I'd stay up all night reading it. And she'd be like, it's 5:00 in the morning. Could you get some sleep? Yeah, I only have like 4 chapters left and go to sleep. Because she's like, as long as you're awake, I'm awake. Oh, all right. But no, she was, oh God, she was amazing. I love that woman. We could fight because we're both Aries. You want to talk about 2 big ass tempers? Lord. Stubborn, meat, obstinate. It was like, we'd lock horns all the time. But don't interfere. Oof. Do not interfere. My mother tried to get into an argument between us when me, my grandmother, and my uncle were in an argument. We are all Aries. Not only are we all Aries, we're all March Aries. My grandmother was the 24th. No, my uncle was the 24th. My grandmother was the 25th. And the reason I remember it is because she always puts him first. So his birthday is first, then hers. So he's the 24th, she's the 25th, and I'm the 31st. Oh my God. When we used to argue, nobody wanted to be in the house. They would just all leave because it was just, oh my God, vicious. But my mother tried to jump in once and she was like, Michelle, don't talk to your grandmother that way. And my grandmother reamed her. She was like, you stay out of this. This is between me and them. Like she did not like people butting in. But it's because of those arguments that I can stand on my own. You want to come at me, dude, good luck. Come on, bring it. But I don't do this keyboard warrior bullshit. Like that's just fucking fake bravado. You want something to say, like, come say it to my face. Come on. I dare you. There's huge difference between being a keyboard, like warrior and actually standing in front of me and saying something when I'm going to punch your face in. Just saying. Just saying. I'm quite intimidating in person. It's funny. I always think I'm like, oh, I'm not intimidating. I mean, I'm 5'3". What am I going to do to you? You see right now, like I'm pretty much handicapped right now. So it's like when I get up, you're screwed. That happened in the hospital. The nurse came in and she was like mouthing off at me and she said something really like off the cuff and I did not appreciate it, but I was still willing to joke around. And I hopped up out of the chair, literally like just because I was ready. I was ready to go. And her eyes got so big. She jumped back and she's like, oh my God, they didn't tell me that you could get up. I was like, don't give me the motivation. Outpost said, well, as my mom says, there's a difference in being a mother and a grandmother. This gas station grocery store that has a great sausage biscuit. It's near me. What is, I'm not reading chat anymore. I'm just not. Y'all are talking about breakfast. I'm hungry. Cut out. Or at least give me some really good recommendations for like breakfast because I don't want no $2 burrito. Like, no. I love the McDonald's breakfast, but you know how many calories are in that thing? Oh my God. Like one pancake is like 700 calories. That's without the damn syrup. Like, oh no. And without the butter. No, no, no. No, 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 no. But I bought a brand new thing of eggs yesterday. So when we're done here, I'll make quick ham and eggs and go back to bed because I am exhausted. Anyways, I don't ever remember my grandmother sleeping when we were sick. I don't remember her sitting for most meals. Maybe toward the end of the meal, but like her food was always cold. And I used to get so upset. And then I had my daughter. And I realized, oh, this is just what you do. Because you're taking care of this kid. All you care about is getting them fed. That's all you care about. You want them fed. You want them happy. You feed them first. You turn around. You're like, ah, shit. Oh, my fucking dinner is cold. But you don't have the energy to get up and put it in the microwave. So you just eat it that way. I don't think I've had a hot meal since 1995, to be perfectly honest. I know I tasted a hot meal and I was like, no, it's not right. Because now I can't eat hot food. I'm just used to everything being like room temperature or just slightly warm. So it's like, all right. But it's what you do. I adapted. I learned to say, well, all right, I always ate the food hot because I ate when everybody else ate. But I have this tiny little person who depends on me. So do I want her to cry through the meal and be hungry? Or do I want to just feed her and then I'll eat my delicious food, just not warm? Like, it's fine. And I got used to it. And I got so used to it that everything that's like super hot tastes weird or it burns my mouth. There's a hair from the cat on this damn windscreen and it's driving me crazy. It's on the microphone because the one cat, Boo, apparently thinks this is a back scratcher. So when I'm sleeping, he goes on my desk and very nicely like goes under the microphone again and again and again until it's covered in hair. And I just kind of want to choke him. I always eat last. I have the hiccups. God damn it. The others in case they needed something. Because, I just didn't have enough going on to derail me. And I have the hiccups, for the love of God. God, I'm going to take this little break from the show to ask you, what the hell? I mean, why? You have a bingo card going up there? Do you? Because it's bizarre. Like, okay, Shelly, less than 2 hours sleep. Got it. I mean, what's your center square? Is that just your freebie or like, is it something really momentous? Because I'd just like to know. I'd love to see it if you have a chance. Thank you, God. Back to our regularly scheduled program. She gave up a lot. She stayed up all night every time we were sick. I don't get fevers. I just don't. I don't get fevers. My temperature runs much lower than most people. And I don't, this is something that hit me when I turned like 44. Everything in my body changed. So my normal temperature is like 96.7. And it's, if it goes above that, it's the highest it usually goes is like 97.6 or, you know, 0.8, but never over like 98.6. If it's over 98.6 or around it, for me, that's a fever. It's a low grade fever. And I got so sick. I had 104.5 fever when I was little because my mother went on her honeymoon and my grandmother didn't sleep for days. 4 days this woman was gone on her honeymoon. For 4 days I had a fever. For 4 days my grandmother didn't sleep a wink. Not one wink. Every moment of every day and night was spent with cold compresses and, you know, a cold ice pack for my head, you know, because she didn't want my brain to cook. You know, it was just all these different things. And she would tell me, we're doing this like because I'm afraid that you're going to be like brain damaged if you're, you know, if we don't cool you down or whatever. But nobody could figure out, like the he made house calls. Jesus Christ. He made house calls. And he would show up and he would examine me, give me a shot of something, and nothing would happen. And he, I don't know, call me if it gets worse. Keep giving her like ice baths, whatever. Put alcohol on her feet. I mean, these were all different things that he told her to do. And she did that religiously for 4 days and nothing happened. I was still at 104.5. And my mother came home at the end of her honeymoon and she walked in the door. I saw her and my fever broke because I was really upset that she had gone somewhere without me. And they had this whole like big thing planned. I didn't understand. I was 6. What the hell did I know? So it was like she walked in and the fever broke. And my grandmother called the doctor right away. She was so happy. My mother has no idea anything's going on because nobody told her. And the doctor came to examine me and he said, she was so worried and so anxious, you know, meaning me, that my stress levels were so high. I was able to induce a fever because of my like heightened emotional state, because I worked myself into such a mental tizzy and such an emotional place where I felt like she was abandoning me that I literally developed a fever. And as soon as I saw her and realized she was back and there's daddy, fever just broke. And my grandmother, she just was joyous. And she told my mother, you are never leaving her back again. Like you're never leaving her behind. You want to go somewhere, she goes with you. You be a mother. I don't care what you've been through. That kid isn't going to suffer because of you. You know, you got to learn to put her first. My mother never learned how to do that. Not once. But grandma, she taught me well. You know, I didn't spend my first night away from my daughter until she was 3. And I cried every night. And all I did was go down the shore. I didn't go far. We all went, me, my boyfriend, and all like our friends, we all went for like a few days down the shore. It was a 2.5 hour car ride. I could have been home lickety split, but I cried every damn day. And I cried every night that I talked to her on the phone. And she would just be, Mommy, it's okay. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm having fun. I go to the park. I pet the dog. I pet the puppy. The puppy, Mommy. Arf, 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 arf. And she would just, okay, Katie. And she was just so freaking happy. Meanwhile, I'm fucking, you know, making myself sick because I'm like, oh my God, I'm such a horrible mother. Because it didn't feel right that I was off having fun and she was home. I never thought that she was having fun too. But it was just like, oh, I belong there. I belong there. I belong there. And it ruined my trip. I mean, I had a couple good times, but nothing like I would have had I known how to relax and how to let go and, give myself that grace of, okay, you've been doing this for over 3 years, every day, all day, 2 jobs. You're raising a kid, you're helping your grandmother. I needed that break, but I didn't feel it was right. And I still don't. I don't like to be away from my kids ever. And they're grown. Part of me would love to have a life. Part of me would love to be in a relationship, to have somebody to sit on the couch with me and watch movies, somebody to hold my hand as we walk down the street, to carry the heavy bags, somebody that I could hug and hold on to and just let myself be me. Just let myself go, just to be a girl. You know how many times I get into like conversations with people and they're like, they expect a certain thing. And I'm like, okay, just let me be a girl for a second. I'm going to be a complete girl and just be like, you like really hurt my feelings or whatever. Like when I get super sensitive, I'm like, all right, yes, I'm a girl. I'm being a girl. Shut up. Because it's so not like me. Uh, I'm used to adopting that masculine type of energy. Um, that's what intimidates people. It's not when I'm leaning into my feminine side that I'm intimidating. I'm a little scary to the people who know me because they're like, why is she acting like all like ladylike and shit? Like she don't do that. She hasn't cursed once. It's the magic of a dress. I don't know. You put a dress on me and I don't curse. Weird. It's like verbal handcuffs. Um, in your MERS, I had a fever of 105.7. You were cooking, girl. And the hospital stopped taking my temp and started throwing cold saline bags on me. Yep. And pumping me with cold saline. They saved my brain. I was 21. My daughter was a baby. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's terrifying because you're delirious at that point. You're in pain, but you don't really know it because you're like, what is that feeling? I don't like it, but who are you? Look, butterflies. And it's just like, let me sleep, but I'm wide awake. And where's my kid? And I want my mom. And Lord, it's just endless. And as a 6-year-old, they were like, her brain is going to cook. Like she's just going to cook. Like we need to get it lowered. And my grandmother she was terrified that she would lose me. She didn't want that. I was everything to her. When I got pregnant with Katie, and like I said, my family doesn't do the I love yous or whatever. I do. I taught my kids that they don't leave a room without saying I love you. My son passes me 12 times a day to go to the kitchen. And every time he passes to the kitchen, he goes, love you, and blows me a kiss. And then when he comes back out with food, he goes back to the room. He's like, love you. And then he's gone. Every time. He never misses a time. If he does, I'm like, are you okay? Yeah, I was in another world. Sorry, I'm going in the room. Love you. And he closes the door. But my family didn't do that. It was mostly tough love in my house. Always tough love. And goodbye, nerd. Have fun at work. Rabbit said my grandmother sweated a fever out, piled on the blankets, and made you sweat until the fever broke. Yeah, she wanted to do that. The doctor wouldn't let her. He was like, no. He said, please don't make her warmer. Because I was little, it's just, and when I say little, at 6, I was really little. Like, really, I was short. I had, like, by the time, I was in school and everything, I didn't have a whole lot of meat on my bones because I was always stressed out because of my father. But I had a fat face. Like, I have the round face when I was little because I guess I hadn't gotten, like, more prominent cheekbones or whatever. But my face didn't, it was baby fat, like a baby fat face. But it was a round face, and trust me, I paid for it. But I forgot what I was saying. This is what we're doing. Oh, but yeah, my mother, I love my mother. I do. She drives me crazy, but I love her. She didn't really know sacrifice for me. She was used to sacrificing for my father and whatever, because he was a jackass. But my grandmother would, for the kids, she would never complain. She never said, "Oh, I haven't slept in 2 to 3 days." Breakfast was on the table 7 o'clock. Lunch was on the table 12 o'clock. Dinner was on the table 5:15. Every day without fail, whether she slept, whether she didn't, whether she was sick. This woman had a hole in her leg. She had cat scratch fever, and she got like the same kind of um, wound that I had, only mine was on the back of my leg. Hers was on the front. And she had this huge hole going down right to the bone. Do you think she sat down? Nope. Somebody's got to make dinner. I'll make. No, you will not go in my kitchen. So stubborn. But she pushed herself to do it. She, up until she was 82, she was like still getting on the floor to like scrub the floor. I was like, nothing. One, you have a mop. Two, let me do it. Oh, I don't like the way you do it. Like, I have to do this. The baby's always on the floor and she's always walking around barefoot. You walk around barefoot. The floor has to be clean. Like a little bit of dirt was going to kill me. Yeah, could be dust. Oh my goodness. We were lucky she didn't delete us with her cures. Listen, my grandmother's cure for a lot of things with me was this bitters called Fernet. It's Fernet, I believe, Fernet, but we say Fernet, but it's bitters. You took a certain amount for whatever ailed you. So, like, you took a full shot glass if you had a migraine. You took a half a shot glass if you had an upset stomach. If you were very emotional, you got 2 and a shot of whiskey. And that was her cure for shit. And it worked. Granted, I don't know what it did to my body in the long run, but at this point, I'm alive. I don't care. My mom would do that with certain fevers that happened with the little kids when we all got chicken pox. Yeah, my whole family got chicken pox except for me. I got chicken pox 6 times, less than 5 dots each time. And they were like, you're not picking up the immunity. Like, you need the immunity. Nope. So what happened at 27 years old? I got shingles. That was fun. God, I've never felt like I wanted to rip my skin off so much in my life. Inya said, but for flu or stomach virus fevers, she wouldn't blanket us up in the heating blanket. She did make most of us allergic to penicillin. Mm-hmm. Not a single one of us ever took a full round of antibiotics. No, we always used to have little bottles or little packets of antibiotics in the thing, and she didn't care. She just, we have some antibiotics. Like, here, take 2 of these. Why am I taking 2? Like, what the hell? When I had to learn how to take pills, oh God, she was not patient with me at all. Well, she's trying to like shove it down my throat. I was like, I don't like it. I was like, just let me do it. And I learned the same way I taught my son. Swallowing Tic Tacs. As long as I could get the Tic Tac down, I would be able to get the pill down. And I taught myself, and my son taught himself. And we never had a problem. My daughter still to this day cannot take pills. Can't do it. I got to grind them up, put them in something, and then stand there so she doesn't spit it out. Because she's 28 years old and the biggest baby I've ever met in my life. She had to pick up something to put on the counter. She does it, and then she goes, and she's like wiping her forehead. And I said, oh, did that tire you out? Are you kidding? Like, what the hell? I'm moving furniture over here. You moved a bag. Stop. I'm not very soft with my daughter. I'm very, very strict. I'm very hard on her. I have very high expectations for her, and she knows it. There's a lot of things I know she can't do. And there are things that I would love to do for her the rest of her life, but I need her to be self-sufficient, at least enough to survive. I think about it. I'm like, if something happened to me, what's going to happen to these kids? I mean, yeah, my mother's going to take them. She's not going to live forever. Who's going to take them? My uncle? Oh, I can't see that happening. Their fathers? That's definitely not happening. I don't know what they would do. I really don't. And I need her to be strong. I need her to be able to stand up for herself and to know that she's worth something. And if I go about it in a really old school way, well, that's just my way. I don't do that with my son. It doesn't work on him. Yelling, intimidation, they don't work on him. He sees it as a challenge. He's like, oh, you want to go? We'll go. But my daughter, she's very much like me. She said, oh, I'm sorry, and she wants that approval. She wants to please. She wants you to be happy with the things that she's done. And that's me. That's always been me. I don't care what it costs me. I don't care how much time I have to put into it. And I don't care if everybody thinks I'm a big friggin' fool because I'm being used. I said I'd do it and I'll do it. I don't break my promises. Not to anybody. And sometimes I have to go without. I've gone through months where I wore clothes that I was just stitching together, just praying I wouldn't split something if I reached my arm up or whatever, because they'd been washed so many goddamn times. There's hardly any fiber left. When my kids were little, my mother would be like, didn't I tell you to put on something, nice? Listen, bitch, this has the least stains of every shirt I own. I cannot help it. The formula stains. Can't do it. And it's just, and of course I wear black or dark blue. So everything was like, hey, look, baby spit up. I never bought new clothes. I didn't buy trendy stuff. I didn't buy brand name. If I bought anything, it was for them. It's always been for them. The lack of sleep for them. Lack of a hot meal for them. Lack of anything. Lack of spending money. Lack of travel. Lack of adventure. I said no to guys that I think would have treated me like a queen, but they weren't ready for kids. So you don't want kids? Not next. Cut your off right at the knees. Like, don't waste my time. My kids have always been everything, and I would do anything for them. I could have the greatest love affair in the history of love affairs. Be with somebody who absolutely adores me. And if my kids have a problem with it, or I see something that, like an attitude, either direction, that I don't like, I'm not seeing that person anymore. And I know people like, that's crazy. No, my mother replaced my daddy within 2 years with a man I couldn't stand. He was so much younger than she was. He was not like classy at all. He was a mechanic, which was fine, but he was very lowbrow, very ratchet. You could tell by the way he spoke. And I didn't want this. I didn't want this person around. And yet she married him, and he threw me out of my own home twice. Not once, twice. She's the one who did it, but he's the one that made her. Or at least convinced her it's me or her. And she chose him, which sucks. That's why I think that whole sacrifice thing skipped my mother. But my point is, like, I was fine with him because he was important to my mother. I didn't like him. Some days I don't like him now, but some days I really do. I love him though. He's been with my mother over 25 years. So I can't not love him. They've built a life together, but he was never nice to me. And my grandmother, when I got pregnant, she did something that I don't think I've ever cried that hard. She called my mother's house and said, let me talk to the baby. meaning me. And I got on it and she said, I'm just going to tell you this. I love you. I have always been proud of you. I might not have said it, but I've always been proud of you. You have a good head on your shoulders. You got a good heart. You're a little naive. And I was like, not my fault. Like, you raised me. And she was like, I don't know what you're up to, because she didn't know that I was pregnant. She just knew something was not right. And she's like, I don't know what you're up to, but come talk to me. I would never turn you away. I would never stop loving you. I might be mad at you. I might give you a lecture. I might even yell. But I'll never not love you. And I broke down because I was like, I love you too. But then she was like, all right, I got to go. This is too mushy. And she did. She hung up on me, bitch. I was like, really? Like, this was like the best conversation we've ever had. And you just cut me off the knees. Like, typical of my grandmother. And guess who does that now? Guess who grew up to go, well, I was worried about you. I love you, asshole. Like, I always have to put that little, like, yeah, I'm big, squishy, and whatever, but fuck you. Like, I gotta give that little, because I can't be taken advantage of. Like, you're not gonna get that from me. God, I didn't even pay attention to chat. La 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 la. Okay, I read that. I'm not too far back. And you said they had to share. What'd you share, girl? Oh yeah, okay. They had to share. It's willow bark tea and cod liver oil were her go-to for cures. My grandmother gave me cod liver oil pills from when I was like 3 years old to like 13. When I finally told her I cannot eat one of those pills, not one more. All I do all day is just burp up fish. I hate it. It doesn't do anything for me. The only thing it did was my hair was shiny all the time. Like, no matter what you did to it, always shiny. I don't care. I hated the taste of it when it dissolved in my stomach. It would always get burped back up. It was like, rabbit, where does willow bark tree do? It's like aspirin. Sean said it's where aspirin comes from. I'm allergic to aspirin. It drops my blood temperature. I don't know why. I've heard that. Aspirin is made from willow bark, acetylsalic acid. You impressed? I knew how to say that. There you go. Aspirin is my go-to. I go through a box of Alka-Seltzer per month. Girl, the one medication it doesn't feel like it's changed in 50 years. It hasn't. It legitimately has not changed. Baking soda was my grandmother's Alka-Seltzer. Brioche. Oh my God, my grandmother with the brioche. It's that big blue bottle with the white label and the white screw on top. For the love of God, you're supposed to put that shit in water. No. How'd she get me to like get over indigestion and stomach aches without the Fernet when I was really little? She would hand me a bowl with the, bicarbonate in it, dry. And I would sit there and crunch. I would eat it just like that. No water required, because I could not drink all that. I don't know why the eating it direct was better. And I had it not the other day. I always say like the other day because it felt like the other day. It was like months ago. I got the brioche. I had ordered it and I had horrible heartburn. Like I could feel like my esophagus just like twisting. And I was just like, oh my God. I said, I got the brioche. I'll take that. It was not the same taste I remember. It was nothing like it. And as soon as I wound up, finishing eating them, I was like, my stomach feels weird. Yeah, bleh, everywhere, everywhere. Baking soda was my grandmother's Alka-Seltzer. Yeah, no, I know. Oh my god, Roma seltzer. It makes you look rapid if you eat it. Yes, it does. The brioche was the same way. You get all that like weird white foam around your mouth or whatever. Anyway, we were talking about sacrifices, and she was just very good at it. She didn't think twice. She just sacrificed for her kids. Then I came along, she sacrificed for me. Oh, did she sacrifice for me? That should have been her leisure time. No, she was raising somebody else's kid. Granted, it was her daughter's, but still, I was not an easy child in the beginning. I was a wild child when I was very little because we grew up in a gas station. We worked in a flea market. I ran around. Nobody thought anybody was going to take me. My mother once said, if anybody ever takes you, they'll bring you right back. Nobody can stand your mouth. Thanks, Ma. Appreciate it. Hey, Mimsy, how are you? I'm in a very pet-like voice mood. Like I'm talking to you guys like I talk to the cats. I'm like, oh, my honey, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're so handsome. Unfortunately, my words are being garbled by the fact that I only slept 2 hours and I can't speak. I don't know. My tongue just won't do what I tell it. And that's for my tongue is unusual. Like it's got some talent there. And it's just, I'm so tongue tied today. It's terrible. Ugh. I feel like a 90-year-old. I have brain fog. I, I have stiff joints. My hands are turning into claws. My legs, I'm not even going there. And I have indigestion. Like I feel so old. Why is like Mother Nature doing this to me? Mother Nature, what did I do to piss you off? Tell me, I'll bury an egg or I'll bury a potato or I'll light a candle. Something. Jesus. She said, hi, Shelly Rabbit. Yeah. Sorry. And you're Sean and all. I hope you sleep later. Girl, as soon as I get off here, I'm going to sleep. I can't even. I had very good examples for sacrifice. I also had very good examples for stress. My grandmother dealt with stress very well. My mother did not. My uncle did not. They just didn't have what it took to think when you're in a crisis and then react. My grandmother and I are exactly the same. We're very calm in a crisis. And as soon as everything is, crisis averted, we either go to sleep for like a week or we flip out. Either one. Doesn't matter. It's a crapshoot no matter what you do. Marty, the principal, was like that. He would get stressed and lose his shit. He would just, I don't want to talk to anybody. Nobody can be around here. I have deadlines. I have deadlines. And I would laugh because he would get mad at me because I'd laugh. And I'd be like, dude, a deadline, that just ask for more time. Like, why'd you leave it till last minute? And why are you bitching at me? Why are you looking at me like that? And he's just like, I don't know what to do. We had a flood in one of the stairwells because a pipe broke. And he was running around like a chicken without a head. I don't know what I'm going to do. Kids are going to space. I said, you make an announcement that stairwell is off limits. Yeah, but what if they don't know what stairwell? Put a sign on it. Why am I going to get a sign? Oh, Jesus Christ. I reached behind me, got some foam board, made a giant sign. I was like, here. If they don't see that, I don't fucking know. And, but he broke down. Just a little emergency. And oh, no, I can't let it. I never want to hear somebody say, I can't. I really don't. That's why I say it the way I say it. Because it's not so much as I can't do it. It's me saying you are so fucking like wrong. Like there's something so weird about you. There's no words. I can't. Like I just can't describe this scenario. I just can't do it. And yeah, that's when I say I can't. I don't say I can't because I have friends they're like, you're crazy. Of course you can. You have that inner faith. I tend to not have an inner faith. I know what I'm good at. I know it's not the things that people want to make fun of, but like I'm used to being in charge. I'm used to making all the decisions. I'm used to all the bills being in my name. I had to pay them. Anything a man would do besides pissing standing up, I did. Because there's nobody else who was going to do it. And it had to get done. I forged his name on so many damn things for Katie for school because he was never awake when I needed them signed. He would come home, get drunk, pass out. Great marriage. Great. Awesome. Did I cheat? Nope. Not once. Not once. And he denied me every form of affection you could ever imagine. Wouldn't hold my hand in public. Would not protect me in a crowd. Would not protect me in a one-on-one situation. Would stand up for me. Wouldn't back me up and say, no, I was there. I heard it. None of that. He did none of that. Rabbit, rest, please. I know that I might sound a little weird because I'm zoning like I was the other day, but not as bad. I'm aware of what I'm saying, but I'm kind of detached. Anyway, so sacrifices and stress. We all feel them different. I'm very good in a crisis. Very, very, very good in a crisis. If something is broken, I'm there to take care of it. If you're bleeding, I will take care of it. If you spilled something, I will take care of it. No matter what the crisis is, I think it through, I act, and I'm already resolving it before anybody even realizes that something's going on. And then when the crisis is over and the person's okay, then I break down. I lose it. I'll just sit somewhere by myself and be like, just because it was so much. And I'm like, just let it out. But I got control. I've got it. I can stay calm. I can, critically think about what we're going to do next. What's the next step? Do they need a hospital? Do they need a tourniquet? Do they need a splint? Do they need butterfly stitches? What can I do to it? What can I do to help this person? Yeah, and that's what I do in a crisis. What can I do? It's always my question. When somebody's down on their luck or whatever. Most people are like, oh, that's too bad, and move right on. I am compelled, and only by myself am I compelled. I am compelled to say, oh my God, no. Like, what can I do? Tell me what I can do. If I can do it, I will. And they always say, oh no, there's nothing you can do. How do you know? Did you think about it? And then they'll call like weeks later and say, hey, you know that thing? Can you do this for me? Sure. Why not? Let me light a cigarette and see if that focuses me. My brain is all over the place. Rest, rabbit, please. Take it easy and let me know what's going on. Because, you're special, rabbit, and you're special to me. Take care of yourself, lady, okay? Because you sacrifice for all of us. You cover 3-4 streams sometimes, and you're in people's chats because you need that little rejuvenation. going to the experts chat or going to like the wild rabbit. Wow. Now you're the wild rabbit. The white rabbits chat. It's calming for me because I don't feel in danger there at all. I don't feel like an outsider. I don't I don't feel all those things that make me jumpy, that make me want to run. As much as I can relax, I do in that room. I love the people that are in there. I mean, I love Mama Dawn, Libby. I love Yamaha. I love Wolfkinder. I got Danielle. I've got Jen, Texas Jen. I've got Jen with no filter. I got Miami Spice. I have, the expert, the white rabbit, and I have my regular rabbit, my rabbit. I have anybody who comes in. They're all friendly and welcoming and warm and funny. Oh my God, they're funny. They rib each other like a real family. Like it's not mean or malicious at all. And it took some getting used to. It really did. Like for me to be around them and not curse as much, for me, that's a sacrifice. And it's a big one because I have to self-edit all the time. And I'm not good at that. I'm used to like, oh, my head is full of thoughts. Let me just open up the valve and my cup runneth over. But it's a place where I go to feel comfortable. With Malloy's, I go there to be playful, or when I'm concerned, but mostly playful. And those aren't like on the regular, those are really the only two places I go besides Winning Reality. I mean, I practically live on his friggin' channel. But there's always time to do my stuff. And I gave that up before to help somebody out. And by doing that, I completely screwed myself. I overworked myself. I wound up getting angrier and angrier and angrier. Angrier. There we go. And I was turned into this person I didn't like. I don't like being mean to people. I don't like bullies. I don't like any of that. And I was tagging along with the whole thing. And I can't do that anymore. That's not who I am. Am I assertive? Absolutely. Am I pushy? Abso-fucking-lutely. Am I in charge? Always. Always. Even if somebody else is the quote unquote leader, if we're in their house, like their house, doesn't matter. I don't need to own places. I own situations. It's a whole vibe. When I walk in a room, I can handle anything and will. I will look at these teachers and be like, do you all get paid? Do any of you do anything? Any of you? I'll organize shit 1, 2, 3. And I don't even have to yell. Being with grandma made me good at my job. I wish she had lived long enough to see me go and do that job. Because it's fulfilling, but you have to figure out people in like the blink of an eye. So many of my kids were nonverbal. I had to figure them out right away to figure out how they were going to communicate with me. And then if I didn't know how on their level, I'd have them teach me. Because there's no better teacher to teach you how to teach others than the person you're teaching. That was very Edith Bunker of me. That's how tired I am. How many mothers have sat up all night just listening to the breathing and hoping it never stops? Oh my God, I can't deal. You stay up, you keep your hand on their back. I have literally slept on the floor with my arm shoved between two crib bars with my hand on my daughter's back just so that I could feel it going up and down as she was breathing because I was terrified I was going to lose her. And this was mainly in the hospital the first time. And the same thing with Connor. When he's diagnosed with the reactive airway disease, which is a fancy way of saying he's asthmatic, Um, I was by myself with him, and I made sure that every time he opened those eyes, I was right there. Like, I would lightly doze, but if somebody, like, came like, approached his door, they didn't have to knock. I was like, "What is it? Who is it? What's going on?" 'Cause I could feel somebody invading my space. I don't know why we went that. I think I just tangented, but whatever. You have a talent, Shelley. You can talk off the cuff about your life experiences, and a lot of people can relate. I really appreciate that. Aw, thank you, Mimsy. That was really sweet. Thank you very much. She said, "Yeah, I'm cool and calm in a crisis. It's afterwards I break down." Oh, absolutely. I've done there. We had a little girl who used monkey bars, and I was away at lunch, and the teacher brought them upstairs by herself. Didn't have anybody with her, no other aide, no other teacher, nothing. That's a no-no. And our playground was on the roof. It's all fenced in and perfectly safe now. But, horrible jungle gym. Horrible. So many kids got like, they broke this, they got stuck here, this cut them. It was like, oh. And this little girl went on the monkey bars, and she was a very healthy little girl. Oh, Mimsy, you joined and got a new member. Thank you. Let's see. What is it? Let's see. Mimsy became a YouTube member. Awesome. Welcome to the Mouthy Mama Mafia. Just in case you guys didn't know, that's what it's called. When you join or you get a membership, you become part of the Mouthy Mama Mafia. So there's 3 levels. Yeah, no, I just got monetized. I got monetized on Thursday, Mimsy, or Wednesday afternoon. I don't know. It took me less than 26 hours from start to finish, which is weird because I've heard of people that they applied and they haven't heard back in like a month. And I heard back for the first step you just do. The second step you submit. You have to wait for them to review it. And they say it takes 3 to 4 weeks. Mine was done in less than 2 hours. And I got the alert that I can move on to the third step. I filled that out. I submitted it. It said it could take up to 6 months. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, oh, well, so I reached it and whatever. I'll be happy that I reached it. If YouTube wants to like take it away, there's nothing I can do about that. And I was approved within 24 hours. And I didn't know what to do. And I'm I'm calling when I go like, oh my god, like I'm monetized. He was so proud of me. And I was proud of me. I'm still proud of me because I did it by myself. I did it in a year. It took me 1 year because I started live streaming the end of August. I think it was like August 29th or something. It was like my very first one. And I never thought that I would reach any kind of milestone. I figured, who the hell out there wants to listen to me? I squirrel all the time. I can't concentrate. I talk gibberish at some point because my brain is like, yeah, no, let's have some fun and just disconnect her from what we're doing. Like, oh, okay. My mouth is working independently of the rest of me, which, granted, it has done before, but not for a speech, not for talking. That's so awesome. Congrats. Thank you, Mimsy, for becoming a member. I can't see what member, like, oh, good. You're in the crew. Okay. So there's the crew. That's one level. The next level is the family. Got quite a few people in there. Thank you, Rabbit. And because they were gifted memberships. And then the top tier is the bosses. And with the top tier, you get a one-on-one tarot card reading every month with me. And I'll just, whenever you want it, that's when I'll do it. If you want it And you got it. Baby, you got it. Anyway, I don't know why I sang that. Anyway, uh, I'm punchy because I'm really tired. I am sacrificing to do this podcast because I like it. I like talking to you guys. I like coming here and bullshitting and try to help just one person. You know, sometimes what I'm saying doesn't mean shit. They just listen to the tone of my voice and they like hearing that constant, you know, recognizable voice that they're used to in the background. I've heard it's comforting. Now, mind you, nobody in my entire life has ever said that my voice is soothing or comforting. Like, expert said he listened to my show Monday. He was like, yeah, he was like, I caught it toward the end. Yeah, it was really good. Put me right to sleep. Like, God damn it. But you know what? I want people to benefit from me being on here. So if it puts them to sleep and that's what they need, well, then mission accomplished. I will lull you to sleep all the time. I can't do the ASMR because it doesn't come out comforting. It comes out kind of like seductive and, hi, what are you doing? I'm Shelly. Yeah, I don't want to do that. It takes too much effort. It really does. Oh, Sabrina. Hi, Booba. What are you doing? She said it is comforting. I miss you. Just so you know, Sabrina is the one that visited me in the hospital. And when I say the one, I mean the one. She was the only one of all my in real life 3D friends and family. She's the only one that came, and I was asleep. So what does the bitch do? She takes pictures of me. I could have killed her. But it's like, yeah, that's all I need is, you know, my head is tilted back and I'm just like, and she's taking pictures. Like, that's great. This way they could look right down my throat. Because believe me, when I was in that hospital, the snores were aplenty. I can't sleep on my back. I do a lot of things on my back. Sleeping ain't one of them. And if I'm making noise on my back, it's not a snore. It's more of a roar. Maybe I am a little too tired. Anyway, Lady Autumn said, Shelly, a reading a month is awesome. Good for you. Well, yeah, I figured because I was sitting and I'm going over everything with winning because I was like, I've never done this. What if I fuck it up? He was like, just come on, we'll walk through it. And he was laughing because it took me over an hour to come up with that goddamn, like, the crew, the family, and the bosses, because I was coming up with some weird shit. And he was just like, no, like, no. And he was like, you sure about that one? No. And he was like, what is wrong with you? I was like, I'm tired. I'm hungry. When was the last time I ate? I hadn't eaten in like 24 hours. He was like, that could be it. Like, yeah, I ate a half an eggplant sandwich. And he was like, all right, you going to work on it? I was like, yeah, it's going to be called The Crew, the Family, and the Bosses. It's the Mouthy Mama Mafia. He was like, that was quick. I just needed to eat. Like, I had nothing to work on. I had no fuel at all. As soon as I ate that little bit, I was good. So Sabrina, miss you. I know Sabrina calls me and I don't answer the phone. It is not personal, woman. It's not personal at all. Usually when you call, I'm either recording something, I'm talking to somebody about recording something, I'm trying to get somebody to come on the show or do whatever, or I'm fighting with somebody, or I'm just fucking tired and I can't. I have no more energy for people. Yeah. She said facts. Girl, I will stare at that phone while my own mother is calling me and be like, no. To me, that's self-care. I was never able to do that before. I lived with every device on full volume because as soon as that alert went off, I was, oh my God, I got to answer them because I'm used to jumping to, you know, like to satisfy whatever people need. You know, like my grandparents never answered a phone. Didn't matter where in the fucking house I was. If that phone rang, I had to get it by ring 3, not before, not after, not 2 rings, not 4, 3. No matter where I was. If the bell rang, nobody said, "Who is it?" They said, "Michelle." And I'd have to get up and go answer the damn bell. So I'm used to like things just automatically. I got to jump up and go do it, jump up and go do it. That's my job. And I'm very job conscientious. I'm a very, very hard worker. Like you pay me whatever, and I will give you 450% of what I can do. I make shit happen. And then I burn out in like a year or 2 years or 7 years. I get to the point where I'm just a raging bitch. Nothing is going to make me happy. I am exhausted and I look like who did it and ran. And it's just like, but that's me. I know that that's me. So I've been trying to mute that part and just take it as it comes, like to try to find a more natural flow and rhythm to what I'm doing. Something where I'm not going to be like, oh my God. Like I'm not running around like a chicken without a head. That's always what I did. I ran. And it drove me crazy because everybody was benefiting from my life but me. And as much as I listen to what my grandmother said and I go over it in my head, and I give way more than I should to people who don't deserve it. But I would rather give it to those who don't deserve it than deny somebody who does. Because I'm not always the best judge of character. What if I get it wrong? No, I would rather give to anybody that I care about. I'm not just going to like hand shit to somebody and be like, oh, here's $10,000. Fuck you. I'm not doing that. But if it's somebody that I care about, somebody that I love, there's no sacrifice too great for somebody I love. I will drive myself into the ground. I will literally make myself sick by giving too much and not having anything left for me. And I don't know who out there is aware of this, but when, and I know a lot of you are because I know you, when your mind isn't right or when your emotions aren't right, when you're constantly bearing your soul or giving your all and you're not getting any kind of effort in return, you're not getting any emotion, you're not getting any positivity, not even like a thanks, nothing. It can break you down and make you feel horrible. That can make you feel more horrible than any words that person could ever say to you. When you do all that sacrificing and it is unappreciated, unrecognized, or even mocked, it'll kill you inside. It's like somebody's just stabbing at your soul because you wouldn't have done it if you didn't love this person. That's what we do. We sacrifice, we stress, because the more you love somebody, the riskier it is. There's so much more potential to be hurt when you open yourself up and love somebody. Because there's no guarantee that they're loving you back. They could be a bullshit artist, but really, really good at it. They could be absolutely genuine and be horrible at showing it. You don't know. You have to ride it out. It takes time. And I'm not good at being patient. I'm very patient with everybody else, especially if they're kids or animals. But patient for life, no, I need it now. Like I'm going to make the decision now. I'm not going to think about it. I've gotten better. I have gotten better. I don't blow up like I used to. I see it. I start doing that. And then I stop and I go, you know what? I fucking need a minute. I just need a minute. And I have to walk away. And I have to like breathe and I have to think. And my thought process usually is, okay, you're upset. What are you upset about? Like what is making you want to blow up? Okay, why? What alternative is there? Like, what else can we do? Come up with an idea. If you don't like the idea being put in front of you, come up with a better one. Not a shitty one, a better one they can't deny, one they want to do. And then you put everything you've got into it so that it's a success. That's how I am. That's what I do. And it requires everything I've got because I don't quit on things. I don't quit on people. Anybody that I've ever walked away from, the only reason I did it was because the only person left to save was me. And it doesn't matter how much I love you. If you're being like abusive or negative and it's affecting me and it's hurting me, when push comes to shove, I got people who depend on me that can't do without me. And if I'm honest, it's between me and you, and I like me more. So I'm going to pick my side. I've sacrificed, but now I'm just being a jerk. You don't want to be that person who gives everything for people who don't deserve it. And sometimes it's really hard to see that. Sometimes you can't see it. They're so good. My father could, like I said, he could charm a snake out of its skin. And that snake would turn around and thank him for it. I never understood how he did it. Never. Like I said, he was not a good looking person. He was not handsome. He was not, blessed with the full head of hair. He was not fit in any way, shape, or form, like by any stretch of the imagination. He was over 450 pounds most of his life. He spent it in a wheelchair because he was lazy. And he shot himself in the foot in the Navy to get a medical discharge. Instead, he got a dishonorable discharge because to shoot yourself in the foot, you're either really, really stupid, which he wasn't, or fucking crazy. Turns out he was crazy. His IQ was off the charts. I mean, more Machiavellian you were never going to meet. But he was charming and he knew how to read people. He could take one look at you, 3 seconds in, know exactly how to maneuver you. He was so good. And I can do that. I just won't. I know how to get what I want. I've always gotten what I wanted. But I won't do it at the expense of somebody else. That's the difference. That's why it takes me longer. Because I'm determined, but I'm also determined not to hurt somebody in the process. I don't want anybody to I don't know, like lose out because I'm benefiting. That cheapens everything for me. It means that I've turned into those people I hate. Mimsy. Hi, Sabrina. That's awesome you visited Shelly. I wanted to myself, but had just gotten out recently myself. Yeah, I not for nothing, but I feel like we're all a magnet for those with like maladies. I don't know if the world is just breaking down and sicker, or we're all just like, oh wow, we're getting old. We're all just getting old. Everything's breaking. As long as my hips don't break, I'll be fine. Because my hips don't lie. Apparently I have ASMR on my channel and I didn't even know until someone did that same thing on their ASMR channel. Yes, Lady Autumn Sky. Darth said that you had the ASMR going when you first put up the video with the light. Well, not with the light, with the thunder. He was like, "Oh, this is that ASMR bullshit that they were talking about," but I like this one. Because when it first like started, it was all crinkle this and do that. And it was just like, really, that's annoying. Like who wants to sit there and listen to that? But then it started to evolve and everybody started to do their take on it. And it got interesting. I'm still not a huge fan because I don't hear things the way other people do. Like if there's running water, I can't hear anything anybody is saying. My head is filled with the rushing sounds of water. I can't hear anything over it. It's the weirdest thing. So some ASMR doesn't work for me. but I've tried it. I love yours. Yeah, I've played yours in the background. I've played it in the background here because the microphone doesn't even pick it up. So it's not like you guys are going to hear it. But like when I'm super upset, I'll play it so that it calms me down. And thunder, I'm that chick that sits by the window going, my God, I want it to be like crack. I just want a huge fucking sound, like an explosion of sound. I'm the one who roots for the louder thunder. All your dogs must hate me. But my cats never move anywhere. Like, it's like, oh my God, we're going to have a storm. I'll look at the cats. I'm like, they're calm. I don't give a shit. Like when they get up, that's when I get up. When they leave the room, I leave the room. Other than that, no, we good. Lady, hey Mimsy, I missed you slide in here because I was making food for my twins. Yes, Mimsy's here. We've all missed you, little one. Mimsy said, I recognize that about you, Shelly, giving when you care. I'm a lot like that, especially when they stab at your heart afterwards. It's painful. It's devastating. Oh my God, it's devastating. I haven't been hurt by strangers nearly as much as I've been hurt by the people that I love. It's the weirdest thing. Because I give you all this love and you give me nothing but agony, misery, and pain. Thanks. Somehow I don't like the exchange rate. I'd like my money back. Sabrina said, ooh, that patience. I'm practicing that as well. Good luck. Sabrina's a teacher as well. She's really, really, how tall are you, Booba? By the way, that's Booba. I have always called her Booba. Her family calls her that. When somebody says Sabrina, I'm like, who? Because I always call her Booba. My Booba. I drive her nuts. She's so much younger than I am. I've literally been around since she's like, I think 5 or 6 years old. It's so funny. She knows Miguel. Oh, Sabrina, Miguel has been calling me. God. Like, like he won't go away. I'm like, why are you dead yet? Like, I don't get it. I looked down at the phone. It said Darth Meg. I said, oh, fuck a duck. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, oh no. And the first thing out of his mouth was, so what if I come up there and, give Scarlett a little like, I was like, no. He's like, well, for my birthday. No. I remember what I did to you on your birthday. You want me to do that again? Yep. Pegalicious piece of crap. Anyway. Wow, that was a huge overshare. It's so totally not like me. And I know he's listening. You could suck it, but not on me. Mimsy doing mom things. Yeah, Lady Autumn Sky's always doing mom things, even with us. How often does she mother me? And I'm older than she is. You're an empath, so it can be draining. I don't really understand about the empath thing. I don't like everybody says, oh, you're an empath. I'm an empath. Da, da, da. All I know is I read people when I meet them. It's a lot easier face to face. Sometimes if I get close to them, I can't see shit. I get rose color blind. Like everything is rose colored. And that's what Christine used to say. She used to be like, Pollyanna. And why do you call me that? She's like, because you think everything can be good and it can't. Why can't it? You're always, oh, we can do this. You can be a success. I believe in you. I do. Why? Because you're smart and you're funny and you're driven and you're wonderful. Why wouldn't I believe in you? Well, nobody else sees me like that. Well, then other people are stupid. What the fuck you want from me? Like, don't blame me because I think you're great. Oh my God, what a stupid thing to hate somebody for. What a stupid thing to get angry over. How dare you have faith in me? Oh, schools. I forgot I'm supposed to be the bitch in this scenario. Everybody wants me to play the villain. I don't think they realize how bad it would be if I went back to the dark side. I really don't think. Booba, if you're still here, how big of a bitch can I be? Okay. Booba aspired to be like me because she's too sweet. She really is like the most giving person I've ever met, even more so than me and my grandmother. She thinks nothing of, I'll be there, I'll do it for you, it's okay. But she also grew up, pretty much neglected like I did. She was there, but the boys got the attention. She was, everybody loved her, but she's like, okay, everybody loves me. Why am I alone all the time? Like, I don't get it. And she grew up like me. And I used to tell her, God, you're just like me. You just don't know it yet. Because I would see the smartass in her. I would see that, like, somebody would say something and she'd get a look in her eye and I'm like, say it. And she wouldn't do it. She just, and she'd put her nose up in the air and walk away and go, no, I'm not engaging. I'm not, nope. And she wouldn't say anything. And I'm like, damn it, bitch. Like, I know you want to say something. Say it. And she wouldn't do it. And then one day she just came out her face with like some really wicked retort. And I was just like, oh, I'm so proud of you. I was like, that was perverted and evil. Well done. Like I was, and her husband, he's like, she's going to be like you one day. I am so happy. They all say that, but then when she turns out like me, they're like, what the fuck? Why do you sound like Michelle? Like we got one of her is enough. Lady Autumn Sky, for me, it all started my kids going to sleep with the sound machine. So I put their favorite sound to black screen so they can sleep no matter where they are. See, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. I used to just run fans in the background, but my kids wouldn't go to sleep with sound. They only went to sleep with either poetry, not a story, poetry, or a song. So I would sing Patsy Cline to them and all the babies and knock them right out. My son, he preferred a recitation of "Oh, the Places You'll Go." So I had to memorize it. And if you don't know that story, it's long. It's a long poem. And I knew that one, and I knew the butter battle one because he had me memorize that one. I don't remember that one because it's not short enough. Like it's not, the sentences aren't short enough for me to like rapid fire. But it is with "Oh, the Places You'll Go." And that became like a thing for us. Booba said she's 5 feet tall. You short little shit. God. You're 3 inches shorter than me, and it feels like you're a foot shorter than me. That must be what Connor feels like when he talks to me. Booba said, but you're my spirit animal. Your spirit animal is a raging bitch. It's great. It's great. Why? Booba. Booba's got that big, juicy, like plum butt. It's not a peach, it's a plum. It's just boom. And believe me, that's what her husband says about her all the time. I love you, Lady Autumn. I do. I'm so glad you come here. Mimsy said, yeah, I get blinders too close up. Working on that. It's really, really hard to see people for who they are when you see them through a lens of love, because it softens them in your eyes. You see all the glittery parts of them and you adore it and you embrace it. And all those little prickly pieces that are going to stab you in the long run, you don't see those. They're translucent or invisible, and they just appear each time that person shows their real self and you're able to see it. 1 or 2 of those prickles will appear to the point where the next time you hug them, you get to that point where I'm going to hug you, but I'm going to impale myself on 9,000 like porcupine quills because you're an asshole. And it's a slow process, but eventually you get to see like, yeah, no, I'm not. Hugging you, loving you is not worth the pain. It's just not. You get to that point and you tell them, you be like, you know what? I will love you my entire life. I don't like you. And at the end of the day, I love you. I love myself. I love myself more because I can't just love you in my life. There are dozens of people who need my love. I cannot destroy that for you. I can't sacrifice them for you. You're not worth it. Maybe they're worth it to somebody else. And that's fine, but to you, they're not. I've gone through that where people just, I'm like, you know what? I love you, but I can't have you in my life. It's not even that you don't, cause a benefit or like a surplus for me. You bring me misery. You bring me pain. It takes away from the people who really need me and appreciate me. We're so big on the sacrifice. We don't realize we're sacrificing our relationships with 20 people to work on this one who doesn't deserve it. You got to be able to step back and say, you know what? I love you all, but something in this dynamic is not working. And rather than destroy all of it, I just want to cut the tumor out. That's it. Just want to cut that tumor out. I don't want to replace it with anything. I don't want to think anything's better or worse or whatever. I need that tumor out because it's killing me. And you do it. Hopefully. And it's the hardest thing that you've ever done. Right? Each time, that's what it feels like. Even if it's not, that's what it feels like. And you're entitled to feel what you feel. Don't be a snowflake, but feel what you feel. It hurts to cut that tumor out. It'll hurt a lot more if it spreads to other areas. If it infects other people. Because then that's your fault, not theirs. You recognize it and you allowed them to come around people who were unaware. And unaware means they are undefended. They are unprotected. See, I take it upon myself to protect people. I don't do it because I think they're weak. Quite the contrary. Usually people don't go after the weak people. They go after the strong ones because that's a victory to them. It's a challenge. And they're ruthless. But so am I. You fuck with somebody I love and oh my God, Satan himself will get the fuck out of my way. You hurt somebody I love, I will end you. You'll still walk the planet, but I'm going to take everything that you ever held dear. Don't do it. Because I'm crazy. Mm-hmm. And I'm crazy about the people in my life. There's nothing that I wouldn't do for them. And I know that's lip service for a lot of people, but I've actually done it. I've gone with people and gotten master degrees for them because they needed it to survive and couldn't do it. Okay, I'll step in. Not a problem. I've taken kids in. My husband's nephew. We were divorced, and I still took his nephew in because he didn't have a place to go. His parents didn't want him, and I was like, "This is fucked up." He's a fucking good kid. He's smart. God, he was smart. And he was the one that was born with like a hair lip and everything. He had so many surgeries. I would have had him in my back pocket his entire life. They're just like, oh, I don't want to deal with him. He's rude. He's 17. Of course he's rude. He's got hormones out the wazoo. He doesn't know whether to freaking fight or jerk off or grab a sandwich or all three. Because if he could accomplish all three at once, I'm sure he'd be happy. But nobody wanted him. Grandparents didn't want him. Cousins didn't want him. Uncles, aunts, mother, father. Nobody. And I was like, what is wrong with you fucking people? I had this little girl who was going for a surgery on both legs. She was going to be in a wheelchair, unable to move. And I was like, no, it'll work. We'll make it work. My husband was like, you're crazy. I'm crazy. The kid doesn't have a place to live. And I took him in for a year. By the time he was done, he was playing chess. He was involved in school. He was getting good grades. He was very respectful to the point where his mother wanted him back. I was like, of course she wants you back. I fixed you. And he just left. I was like, I made you into a kid everybody wants to have. And he was like, thanks a lot. He was like, thanks a lot, Aunt Shell. I was like, you're welcome. I was like, because you came to me a shit show. Because he loves my sense of humor. And I still talk to him to this day. It's just, I talk to him and nobody else. Like, I don't talk to any of my in-laws. I don't talk to my ex-husband that much. But I talk to Chris all the time. He's over in Colorado. He's got a computer graphics degree that last job he was on, he made like well over $100,000 a year. And he went back to school for his medical degree because he wants to be a homeopathic holistic healer. And you need a degree for that, apparently. But he's in his late 30s now, and he's still doing all this. He's always changing his situation. And he's on his own, and he lives on his own. He does everything on his own. But when his brothers or sisters need him, he helps them, even though they weren't there for him. And he'll tell you, I taught him that. I gave him that. Because before that, he was angry. Angry. He didn't even own a pair of pants that were his. They were all hand-me-downs. Because nobody gave a shit. I saw him when he walked in my door, and I was like, that's great. Put your stuff down. We're going to Walmart. Let's go. He was like, for what? I was like, you brought a computer. You brought a whole bunch of shirts, socks, and like a pair of shoes. Where's your clothes? That's what I'm wearing. You don't have any jeans? No. Sweatpants? No. Really? No. My brother took them. Oh, well, I guess we're going to the store. And I did. And I went and I bought him everything he needed. And he started to realize, oh, not everybody is going to take from me. And the more I gave, the more he was like, oh, it was almost like he had never experienced it, which I could see because they were not good to him. He required a lot of medical work. He required a lot of diligence, a lot of attention. And these were not the most cuddly people. They were very, I don't know, judgmental and just not warm. They were very hard people. They loved me because I didn't give them a choice. They thought they were going to have this city girl and, oh, she's going to be afraid to go here, afraid to go there. Hell no. As soon as I saw I was like, oh my God, it's cows. I didn't go over. I didn't step in shit. I didn't get them all upset, but they had like a couple calves and I was like, oh, and I was good with the bird dogs. I was good with a firearm. It was just I didn't complain. We set up an aerator actually in the pond, in the creek. And you made me think of it yesterday, Rabbit. I know you're laying down. Maybe you're listening. I don't know. But she was talking about an aerator. And I was like, oh my God, I remember when we called it the pond aerator, but it wasn't a pond. It was like a pretty substantial creek. But it used to get like all this algae and like weird green stuff on top from the trees. And it needed an aerator. And nobody wanted to get in the water because it's too cold. I was like, the water's like 65. It's fine. You don't go in 65. I was like, give me the fucking thing. And I went in and they were like, are you crazy? I grew up in the ocean. Do you think it's warm? Because it's not. It's really, really not. Like even on a hot day, it's like, fuck you, it's cold. So it's just like, it was cold. But I mean, that's what life was like. I took the kid in because he needed somebody to love him. And I loved him. It didn't matter that it was a huge strain because I was the only one that was providing money for the household. My husband worked. He delivered Domino's pizza and he made quite a bit of money in tips and, in a paycheck. But I never saw any of it. He never bought anything for the house. He only ever bought alcohol. That's what his entire paycheck and all his tips went to, his drinking habit, because I wouldn't buy it. But can you go to a liquor store? Go fuck yourself. But I'll go fuck yourself. I'm not going. You alcoholic son of a bitch. I am not going to buy something that I'm going to get hit in the face for later. Like, that's not going to happen. You want it, you fucking go buy it. I don't have the money. I don't care. I don't care. Go fucking sell a pint of plasma. I don't care. But I ain't giving you shit. I refuse to pay for his alcohol. Re-fucking-fused. How sick is that? Somebody wants you to pay for the thing that makes them violent toward you. Yeah, okay. But the kid turned out amazing. He really did. He's got a little girl. She's half Chinese. I adore her. I really do. He's put her on the phone with me. We've Zoomed and everything. And she's just so sweet. I mean, oh God, now she's got to be like, oh, Jesus. She's got to be almost a teenager. I haven't talked to her in a couple years. But I mean, when she was a baby, she used to try to eat the phone. And it was just so sweet. And he was such a good dad. And he was always trying to be there for her. The mother moved far away and he would just take weekend trips. He'd fly out wherever the hell she was to spend time with his daughter. And, I told him one day, I said, you're a really good dad. He said, well, you were a really good mom to me. And I was like, I'm not your mom. Like, you have a mom. Janelle is your mom. And he was like, no. He was like, you were like my mom. He was like, you took care of me. You believed in me. You got me interested in chess. He was like, I travel all around the world doing chess tournaments now. Like, I love it. He's like, I can be by myself and not feel lonely. Like, you made me a stronger person. You told me I could do anything. And look at what I'm doing. And I was like, all right, whatever. And he really did feel that way. He was like, you were the mom I needed. He was like, and you didn't even know. He said, and you were my friend. He said, you're still my friend. He was like, I still call you Aunt Shelley, but you're more my friend than my aunt. I'm like, yeah, we're not that far apart in age. But then it was a big difference because I was the quote unquote adult and he was the kid. There's 11 years between us. The same amount of years between my daughter and my son. And, he learned how to treat women by how my ex-husband treated me. And that was his uncle. That was his father's brother. And he said, the way Uncle Brett treated you, I would never do that to a woman. He was like, and I really wish that I was bigger then. He said, because I wanted to hurt him so much. He was like, I still don't talk to him because he hurt you. And it wasn't that he was opposed to any kind of violence or a man hits a woman and she hits back or whatever. He never felt that I deserved that. He was like, you did everything. You had the job. You took care of the kids. You took care of the house. He said, all he ever did was come in, drink, yell at you, beat the hell out of you, and then go to bed. He's like, and then he'd go to bed while you're getting up to go to work, having not slept. He's like, I can't tell you how many nights I know you didn't sleep. And you got up and you went to work and you took care of us. And he was like, my mother never did that. He was like, my mother was very about herself. My father was always very much about himself. He was like, and you were always about us. And I'm not even your blood. I was like, you're my family. He's like, yeah, but most people aren't like that. He was like, you're like that. I want to be like that. And he is like that. He's so giving. He's a really good chef. He actually went to school for it. And he had a really good paying job as a sous chef. And he's so good at making these just wonderful, savory dishes. He's really good at savory. And he attributes that to me teaching him how to cook because he never knew how to cook. And so I taught him, and he got like this fire in him about it when he was a little older. And he was like, yeah, I could do this. And he likes acquiring different skills. And he got that apparently from me. He was like, you can do anything. I believe that. He's like, and I wanted to be like you. I wanted to be able to do everything because I have a feeling the only person I'm going to be able to rely on in my life is me. He was like, so I have to know how to do everything. And he wasn't wrong. But like when it came to his daughter, he was like, I just want to spend 24/7 with her. He's like, but I have to do this thing where I can't be in the country with her because they don't do what I do over there. And the mother doesn't want me there. And I'm not going to stress her out. She wants me to visit so that she can go out and party when I'm there, but she doesn't want me to live there because she wants freedom. He was like, and she could make things very difficult for me. And it's true because the country, I forget what country she fucking went back to, but it's very difficult when you're unmarried and she won't marry him. And it's just like, ugh, it's so much. But anyway, I squirreled really bad. I got into my whole, I kind of got lost in a memory. But anyway, Mimsy said, yep, I got blinds on too close working on that. Lady Autumn, empath, a person with paranormal ability to apprehend the mental and emotional state of another individual that is in close proximity. I don't think I'm an empath then. I don't apprehend their mental or emotional state. I don't know. I'm good at reading people. Like, you could sit there with a huge smile on your face, and if I'm like anywhere near you or looking at you, or if I could just hear your voice, I'll be like, what's the matter with you? You're off. You sound off. What's the matter? Nothing. Oh, bullshit. Now, once I get the scent, I'm like, I ain't giving up for nothing. Your ass is telling me because it's, for your benefit, not mine. I can't deal when people are in pain. Like, I got to take it away. I got to make it better. I don't like to see people struggle. I really don't. I don't like seeing strangers struggle when it's somebody that I love. And for all the immature jackasses out there who hear me say that I love people, I'm not saying I'm in love with people. There are so many different ways you can love. Different degrees, different amounts, different qualities, different reasons, different levels, all of that. Love is not one thing. And you can love somebody and never say the words I love you. You can just show them that you care. If that word, because a lot of people are like allergic to the word love. They get all like, oh, because it's associated with nothing but pain for them. I get that. If somebody says they love me, I automatically think, what do you want? What do you want? Because in my life, love has been very shallow and fleeting. People give up on you way too soon. They criticize you way too much, and they love you way too little. And it leaves you kind of battered and broken and empty and unable or unwilling to love other people. I can never get to that point. I don't mean that I can't reach it. I could probably make it so that I don't give a shit about anybody, but I would turn into something that horrifies me. I would turn into my father to some degree. I can never be that man. Never. I'd rather die. I would rather die than be that man. Yeah, I don't think I can be an empath because I don't think I'm empathic. If anything, I'm more apathetic because most of the time I just don't give a shit about anything. I really don't care. You want to do something? Yeah, all right, whatever. I don't have any like deep-seated convictions for stuff like that. My convictions are for fairness, for kindness, and so that the people I love don't have to hurt as much as they would have. I want to be able to alleviate something. Take some of that load from them and be like, I'll carry this. We can do it together. The problem is a lot of the people that I do that for don't have I'm looking for a word. I can't really find it. They don't have the wherewithal to be strong like that, to be thankful, to be appreciative. Instead, they're opportunists and they want more and they demand more, and they punish you, but they demand more. And then you turn around and you're like, who the fuck am I? Like, what happened to me? And you got to correct your course. You get off course sometimes. People will derail you. I found that all those little derailments teach me a lot of valuable lessons that I wouldn't have learned otherwise. Sabrina said, oh, wait. I lost that thing. God damn it. Wait, it skipped. I hate this scroll on here. I put a sandwich in. I did that. Oh, okay. So, okay. Oh, geez. The older I get, the more I realize I'm like you. Which isn't a bad thing at all. LOL. No, Booba, it's not a bad thing. I mean, at least if you're like me, you're going to have a set of balls on you that nobody's going to fuck with. I was telling, that's now you could all know who Booba is. You've heard me talk about Spanky and his brother Angel. That's their baby sister. I told you, Hoboken is fucking small. Like, it's really small here. We all know each other. That's why when you go, oh, that's my cousin, you're just taking a shot in the dark, but you're probably right. Because, I mean, there's so much inbreeding over here. And none of us are related to begin with, but then in the end, we all wind up related. You're like, oh, that's my third cousin on my mother's side. And that's the one, oh, his father went to jail, but that's my uncle. And it's like, yeah, that's Hoboken. See, she's in my chat, and I'm just like, I got Hoboken in my chat. That's what I'm thinking. It's so stupid. The amount of pride that we carry for Hoboken, for being a Red Wing, it's ridiculous. It really is. You would think we are in this like amazing town. No, the town wasn't amazing. It was the fact that we were all together. That we all came up the same way. We all struggled the same. We succeeded the same. We changed the same. And we were resentful the same from the influx of, yuppies coming in because they fucked shit up for us. All our stores were gone. All the fun was gone. Couldn't sit in the park anymore because, the yuppies don't like it. So now the cops patrol. So they took everything from us and rents went through the roof. They drove us out of our own town. And we all know how it feels to be like, oh yeah, I'm from Hoboken. Oh, you moved there? No, born and raised. Hey, paisan. And it's like, everybody's happy. Oh, who do you know? You know this one? Oh, you know Johnny. And it's okay. Like, we'll throw names out there that nobody will understand. I'll say Spanky. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. Booba's like, you still call him Spanky. I still call him Spanky. Everybody else calls him David. If I call him David, he gets very upset. He's like, you only call me David when you're mad at me. Mm-hmm. Don't call me David. He's like, Spanky's just fine. Like, a lot of people aren't allowed to call him that anymore because, he's grown. He don't want to be Spanky anymore. He's fucking he's in his 40s. He don't want to be called that. And now, he still gets, I cannot give up that name. Like sometimes I'll be like, "Hey, Spank, what's up?" He's like, "Oh my god, I haven't heard that in so long." And she's like, "Oh." But I mean, I love him. He's like my blood brother. He really is. Spanky is literally the male version of me. He is such a good-hearted slob, and he is so generous and so forgiving and such a hair trigger temper. But he's funny and he's tactile. He's a hugger. He's amazing with kids, amazing with animals. He will give you the shirt off his back every single time. And people take advantage of him. I never have. Never. Not once. I've been mean to him. Yeah, I broke his nut. That's the one that I broke his left nut with my keys. Completely shattered it. And you could ask Booba. He was very grateful when he got older. Because he was like, shit, I pumped out 3 kids, one right after another. He was like, can you imagine if I had 2 working nuts? You have a lot more kids than that. But yeah. No, but Booba is definitely like me now. I saw it like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I was like, oh yeah. I was like, this bitch is like me. And I loved it because I knew she would never take any shit from anybody. And she would walk away from her family if they tried holding her back. Not her like immediate family, not her husband or her kids. But if like somebody said, well, I don't think you should do this because who are you? Da-da-da, she'd be like, fuck you. And when I tell you she's tiny, she's this itty bitty little thing. And she talks like this. Sally. But when she yells, it's like, okay. Lady Autumn said, I put a sound machine because I come from a naturally loud family. You know, Shelly, Italian Catholic, Mexican Catholic, all the same. Yep. Just loud. And that's the thing. Like, everybody's like, why are you yelling? I'm not yelling. Oh, you know, if I yelled, like the roof comes off. This is just my normal tone of voice. Like, I'm happy right now. And the happier I get, the louder I get. It's weird. It's like I everybody needs to know that I'm happy so they can be happy too. Oh, Mims. I knew it. She said I come from a large Irish Catholic family. Mm-hmm. Yep. Wow, that's a great story. He was angry because no one loved him until you. They didn't show him any kind of love. Whether they loved him or not, he assumed that they did, but that they just weren't equipped to show it to him. And he was like, they show it to my brothers and sisters. Like, why not me? I know they love me. Because he was a very rational thinker. He still is. And he was like, I know they love me. Why don't they treat me like they love me? And, you know, he got older and he asked me once when we were driving to school, he was like, why do they treat me like I'm, you know, an outsider, not part of the family? I was like, well, one, you spent the first like 10 years of your life in surgery, like relentlessly. It was all the time. Yeah. I said, speaking as somebody who has a kid who has the potential to be gone in the blink of an eye, and you don't know why or when or whatever, you know, who goes into surgeries and has to be sedated for simple tests, you know, and it looks like she's dying in my arms when she's going under. Trust me when I tell you, you disassociate to protect yourself. When you know that there's a really big chance you're going to lose somebody, you pull back, even when it's your kid, because you don't know how else you would survive it. You don't think about it. Your brain does all that work for you. Just like when you have a huge trauma, you want to deal with it. Your brain says, no, you're not ready. And it locks it away until you are. You know, your brain is better than any big brother you could ever have because it tells you, no, we're not dealing with this right now. We got too much on our plate. This is going to put us over the edge. I can't handle it, so you're not doing it. The spirit is willing, but the body's like, nope, Nope, we can't do it. It is physically fucking impossible. We'll do it later. And when it comes to your kids, you're like, oh my God, I can't lose this kid. But what are the chances I'm going to lose them to something when they're really young? Okay, so I'm going to deal with this. I'm going to take her to the doctor. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. But you pull back. You put a couple walls between you. This way, you just want to die if something happens to them. You don't actually die on the spot because you're able to move away a little bit and go, okay, I'm just going to have to grit my teeth and get through this. And it's the worst feeling in the world, but it's natural. You know, it's something that if you recognize it, you can undo it. Lady on the Sky, no wonder we're drawn to each other, Mimsy. Oh yeah, loud people, we all stick together. Because we don't scare each other. What you call it? Yep. You were a great example, mentor to him. You believed in him. I believe in a lot of people. I see things in people that they don't see. They're like, oh, you always go for the good. Of course I do. Why would I ever bring up the shitty parts about you? You know all those. Everybody knows their flaws. They obsess over them. I've never seen anybody obsess over how giving they are or how, like pretty their eyes are. I've never seen them obsess over, you know what? I love the shit out of people. That is fucking awesome about me. They don't say that. They go, oh my God, I'm too critical of people. Yeah, including yourself. Like, where does that come from? Empaths can deny what they see at first. It can take a while. Oh, Suzanne, good morning. Good day. Thank you for the super. Is that a super sticker? I can't see super stickers on this side. Or did you do a super chat and just not write anything? Either way, thank you. I appreciate it. I have to go through and check my things because I'm missing something. But yes, thank you very much, Suzanne, for the Canadian $10. I love Canadian money. I do. And pretty soon it'll be all Canadian money and the US dollar will be nothing. I feel like it's going to be nothing. But thank you very much, Suzanne. I very much appreciate that. Suzanne, Imsy. Yep, derailments teach you a lot. Girl, my favorite thing to do is get lost, whether it's in a conversation, in a relationship, or in a car. I just want to get lost and discover new shit. Poopa said, if you call him David, he'll whip his head around and side eye the hell out of you. Yeah, I know. I know. He's just like, what'd I do? Why'd you call me that? Why? They call him David, Dave. He's got a million fucking names. I'm just like, Spanky. What? I love calling him Spanky. It's always been his name. He's the little kid that showed up. Hey, Michelle, I got a weed boat. Look, I made it. I made a weed boat. And he did. He made a little boat with like joints in it and like the little weeds like drawn on it. Oh, it was so cute. And he was so happy that he was like so proud to show me. I was like, you are such a baby. I mean, granted, I was 19 at the time, so I was a baby too. But David's always been fun. Always. Spanky is the type of dad who will definitely ground you if you fuck up, but that's like a last resort for him. The kids were in like a really bad mood one day, and the mother, Vicky, wasn't around. And he decided, what am I going to do with these kids to keep them occupied? And I want to have some fun. Well, he had all the kids go put socks on, like tube socks. And he took baby powder and he covered the entire floor of the hallway with it. It's a long hallway. And at the end of that long hallway is a metal door to go out or the metal door for the closet. He lined his kids up and was like, watch me first. And he ran at that line of powder and he hit it and skidded like he surfed right on top of it, all the way down the hallway till he hit the damn door. They played that game all day. When Vicky went home, holy shit, she had a fit. Mind you, all her furniture is black leather, black plastic, black, like anything with glass is black holding it up. And it was covered. Booba, do you remember when he did that? Vicky had a fucking fit. I was behind her and I was like, I'll see you later. I closed the door. I was like, I ain't going in there. Nope. Because she started screaming. I was like, no, I passed. Not me. Not me. Not it. And I left. She called me, bitch, where'd you go? I was like, you were screaming. I was not dealing with that. Nope. We had a good day. I was going to hold on to that bitch with both hands. I didn't want to. I love Spanky. I did not want to see him get chewed out by his wife. I was like, nope, we're good. I'll be back later. I'll bring alcohol. It's fine. I'm going to listen to y'all and sleep in the recliner. Go ahead, Inya. Go to sleep. Relax. Booba said we did this growing up. David was always doing something. Well, Shelly, but I know chat's here too. Yeah, no, we're all here for you. We're all here. We did this growing up. David always was doing something. He was. Spanky always had something fun to do. And the thing about Spanky is he never took people for granted. He would do 1,000,001 chores for you for free, but he never took anybody for granted. And his wife is so not like that. She's very the opposite. So like he gave me $100 for Christmas once because I was really low on money. And I had been taking care of him and his kids and his wife and driving them all over the place. And Vicky was never one to give gas money. And so that was all on my dime. So he gave me $100. He was like, get the kids something nice. And she like looked and she was like, who said? He was like, I'm giving her the money. I'm the one working. I gave her the money. And I was like, fuck. I was like, I don't want to, just take it back. I don't want to be a problem or whatever. And he was like, no, you deserve something. He was like, I wish I could give you more. I was like, thank you. And she was pissed off. Don't you know within 2 days, she had that $100 back in her hand. But she did it the slick way. She called me at work and said, oh, no, she called me at home and said, oh, the babies need whatever. Can you go get it? It was something like $40 or whatever. And I was like, okay. Pick up something for the kids. I think it was diapers for baby David. Because he took like forever to potty train. But yeah, no. So she was like, oh, can you go to the store and get me this? Can you pick up Chinese? By the time she was done, she'd spent the 100 and then some. And when he found out he had a fit, you have to see him as a grandpa, Shell. He's such a doting and attentive grandpa. I can't believe he's a grandpa. Holy crap. I have a story at Talking Trash and Trues. Et al. I'm fading. See you later and have fun. Good night, honey. Have a nice sleep. I can't wait. I know I'm rambling, but it's because I'm also really freaking tired. We're coming up on 3 hours, so I'm going to wrap it up so that we can transition to Friday. So what I'm thinking is, we talked about sacrificing. The thing with the sacrifices is you give and give and give. You don't take care of you. And here's the rub of that. If you're not in good shape, like if you're not awake and alert and able to, think rationally and function, that usefulness isn't going to be useful to anybody because it's going to be gone. And the chances of somebody stepping up to be there for you, they vary. And it varies your ability to ask for the help. I know people that can help me. I won't ask. I won't ask. They never had to ask me. I just did it. But not everybody was like me. And it took me until I'm almost 50 to figure out not everybody's got the heart I do. Not everybody's got the brain I do. They think different. They feel different. I feel everything out in the open. I can't hide how I feel. That's why I won't turn on the camera. It has nothing to do with like the fact that my hair is like in desperate need of being dyed and cut. It's got nothing to do with, the fact that I haven't worn makeup in 3 years. None of that is why I don't show myself on camera, because I'm very pretty. It took me a very long time to get to the point where I could say I'm very pretty. I would never say that, but I am. I am very pretty. And I have a really great smile, but my eyes give me away. I can smile and make you think I'm happy, and you'd never know that I wasn't until you look in my eyes. I can't lie. That's why talking trash intrudes. It's not that I don't want to. I would love to be able to lie. Oh my God. It would get me out of so many problems, out of so much trouble. But you read it all over me. I can't do the deceptive thing. I think because I fought against being like my father my whole life. I can't do that to people. I'm very expressive. I'm goofy. I am such a goofball. I will make the funniest faces, but I have really, really, really big expressions. Like you can't guess at what I'm feeling. You know what I'm thinking, and you know what I'm feeling. And that's more of me than I am comfortable showing at this point, because I've already taken the hits without that. And I can't let you into like the vault, I guess you could say. People face to face with me, they can read me, but I don't want you guys to be able to read me. I want you to be able to just talk to me. Listen to me, talk to me. Don't worry about reading me, because this way it's all face value. That's all it is. Kazoo! Slap! What's up, man? How you doing? My friend Slap Murphy, the White Rabbit. You're still here. I'm happy. Slap White Rabbit. Good morning, Mimsy. Slap Murphy. I have a story. Yeah. Do you tell yourself a story to go to sleep, or you just lay down and it just happens? Because I still sing myself to sleep sometimes. Okay, must go and hop on a meeting. See? Thanks for sharing yourself. Have a great day. Oh, White Rabbit, I love you. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm going to be wrapping up very soon. Sabrina said she's beautiful. Thank you very much, Booba. I'm glad you think so. Being friends with Vicky, I never got to be seen as the beautiful one of the two of us, because your eye is just naturally drawn to her because she's a much bigger presence than I am. She's the more obvious threat, because I'm the one that sits there smiling and like la 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 la, and she's the one that's growling at everybody. Like, if you think I'm like scary, she was my best friend for 25 years and she fucking terrified me. Jesus. But it doesn't matter. We got into fist fights and I won. I know all her weak spots. It's a good thing to know. Mimsy, I show everything on my face too. I could never do a stream. You can do streams. You just have to use your avatar. Look, I mean, I can change it. I could put up my picture. That's fine. Let's see. Where's my picture? I could put up me and the cat, right? There's me and the cat, me and Boo. Or I could put let's see, what else do I have? Me telling the world what I think of it. Fuck you. What else can I put up? I could put up my sunburn. There you go. That's me, red as a lobster. But you see the face? Everything is expressive. Every fucking thing. I cover half my face in this one, and you can still see what kind of mood I'm in. Slap. Appreciate your prayers, Shelly. Hoping this thing loses power quick. Oh my God, are you in the path of it, Slap? Oh my God. Is everything all right? Yeah, we're definitely doing the, praying for you guys and everything, but I didn't know that's where you were. I mean, are you like in direct path or are you okay? Is it flooding by you? What's going on? Here, we'll cheer you up. There's boobies. And that's just the top of the cleavage. That's not even like the actual boobage. See, but like playful. I'm very playful. Let's see what else. And then there's just me being me. Just like, that's me all the time. I'm just happy. I'm a happy girl. I'm sarcastic. I'm very off the cuff. Here, me as a child. Here we go. See what they did to me? I'm in the stockade. Oh, pretty lady, love it. Yes, my house is in the in the cone. I thought it said in the cane. I was like, sugar cane? My house is in the cone as it goes back out to sea. Ooh. I'm in the southernmost part of North Carolina. Yeah, I did see that was, it's supposed to hook over. And I think it's supposed to hit Atlanta now, which it wasn't before, or it's going to like just graze Atlanta, which I know a lot of people in Georgia like at this point, and I love them. I don't want anything to happen to them. I'd die. I can't. I can't live without half these people now. Or I don't want to. I could. I don't want to. I got to remember language is important. Mimsy, I have a bro in Florida too. Wishing you safety. I mean, yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible that these storms, they seem to just be getting worse and worse and worse as time goes by. These avatars are fun. She said fierce Shelly. Yep. My favorite version of me is that one. That's the one that goes, come on, let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'll just hop up and down. I will rub my boobs all over you to get you like in the mood to go out and do stuff. I don't care. It's just boobage all day. Listen, God put them on my front for a reason so that they're available and I could just use them to, play. Slap said, hoping power is only lost for a few days and my trees don't fall on my or my neighbor's house. Oh, I love you, Mimsy. Slap, that's one of the things, like I've been looking at houses and stuff in the South because that's where I want to move. And all the places I've looked at, I'm like, I want to be around trees, but I'm like, won't they fall on the house? Like they're very close. That's my fear, is the trees falling. So I'm like, maybe I could just get something that it's like a little bit more open around the house and then the trees start. But I don't want to like stand out. I want to be like in trees. I don't want to have a house that people go by and go, oh, look. No, I wanted to, like, if I could turn that shit invisible, I would. Lady said, Slap Murphy, keep your person safe. Everything else can be replaced. Absolutely. Your life can't, sending you protective energy. She's good, isn't she? She's very good. The only thing that I used to do I did that once I moved to Kansas. I made a like go bag, but I put garbage bags inside of it, and then I put like the baby album. I put like their birth certificates, my birth certificate, my husband's birth certificate. I had all our important papers in a folder, that one in the bag. I had Katie's baby book, that one in the bag. I had like the one outfit that my grandmother made for me that Katie wore, that one in the bag. And it was like, what else do I want? So I like took my dad's one of his fire emblems and I put it in the bag. This way, I put that bag, I tied it, I put that inside another garbage bag, put it inside the bag that I had, zipped it, and that was my like bug out bag. I didn't worry about clothes. I didn't worry about any of that. I worried about, okay, if I open this, I can stick the cat in it too. That's all I was worried about. Enough that I can grab my cat, grab my stuff, and everything would survive it. Because I can't put my kid in one of it. It's just me and Katie. Oh, I prepare a lot. Well, my father was a fireman, and he used to tell me all the stories about people lose this, they lose that in a fire, or they go back in and spend too long looking for something. He was like, whatever you have that you absolutely cannot replace, put it and make it safe so you can just grab it on the way out the door. He was like, it doesn't matter. He was like, you could like tell somebody there's a red duffel bag, just grab that. He was like, make it something you can see. And it was like, okay. He was good with stuff like that, but he also made me paranoid. Like I have OCD with certain things because of him. I will check my front door 3 or 4 times before I go to bed. And it's a routine. I do the same routine 3 or 4 times. Sometimes I'll do it once. Sometimes on a really high anxiety day, I'll do it like 4 times. Where I get up, I go, I check all the locks, not just by sight. I make sure like I turn the lock and I'm like, it won't go anywhere. No, stupid, because it's locked. I put the towel at the bottom of the door so that if there's, a fire or whatever, it doesn't come in, the smoke doesn't come in as fast. I check all the burners on the oven, and then I feel all the burners. And then I turn the lights off and I go to sleep. And I'll do that every single night without fail. Even when I couldn't get up to walk, I put myself in the wheeled chair, the computer chair, and I wheeled myself to the front door to check the locks and into the kitchen to check the oven. It's compulsive. It literally is compulsive. I cannot undo it. I mean, maybe if I had somebody distracting me at night, I might not give a shit, but I might get them to get up to go check everything. Like, did you check it? Are you sure? Did you touch the burner? Are you lying to me? You want to have sex again? Okay, fine. Fuck it. Let the house burn down. But yeah, no, he made me very aware that the head of the house is responsible for getting everybody out. Well, first and foremost, for protecting them and keeping them safe. Then for getting everybody out and for making sure that they have the tools necessary to rebuild their life without too much fuss. Those were his objectives. And he taught me that very well. The problem is, he thought I would have a husband to do that for me. And he wanted me to know, this is what has to be done. You have to tell him he has to do this. You have to teach him. Teach him this is the way. It's like, but then I wound up with a husband who wouldn't do it, who would come home and get drunk and literally leave all the doors unlocked so that I could get murdered in the middle of the night and he wouldn't have cared. It was just like, I choose so badly. I'm so bad at this. I am so bad at picking men. I don't understand it. And then you get the amazing men. What do? I make them my friends. What the fuck is wrong with me? I don't understand it. And not just friends, best friends. I do it all the time. I find a guy that it's like, oh my God, you're perfect. You're this, you're that. We're just going to be buddies and the best friends the rest of my life. Bitch, did you not think maybe husband material? Because it is. That's husband material. Do I think that way? No. I see them. I recognize them as like really, really high potential, valuable mate material. But you know what else I realized? I'm not a high value mate for a man anymore. I'm part of the dead egg society. The fact that I'm still ovulating, I don't understand. Goddamn jib jab. But I don't. Nobody used to be out of my league. Nobody. If you told me that a guy was too good for me or too like high value, that's what they say now, right? But if he was too fine and he had a job and he had a reputation for being really good in bed, a really good boyfriend, whatever, he wasn't a cheater. I was like, oh, I can't get him. Watch me. Because a challenge is a challenge, and I will always, always rise to the challenge. But now, no, not anymore. I got nothing left. I don't have the drive I had before. I don't have the confidence. But I keep those guys in my life because I love them. They're my friends. I just can't see them as mates because I got nothing to offer. My ex was a volunteer firefighter and we had a fire plan anywhere we went and drills at home. Yes, ma'am. See, you get it. You get it. As annoying as that shit is in the minute, it really helps later. But I mean, we don't tell them that. But yeah, no. And you're like, I'm an adult, I can make it out, but you don't think when something like that happens. So if you have a plan, your brain goes, oh, I know what we're doing, and it activates. You run through it rather than running around going, I don't know what I'm doing. Slap said, I packed my freezer. Your freezer. I can't talk today in case you didn't cotton on to that. Slap Murphy said, I packed my freezer full of bottles of water last night, picked up everything loose around the house and charged my phone. And I was proud of myself. Very good. Look at you. I'm all about the challenge. It's all about the challenge. I don't know. I'm not up to the challenge. I'm not. I used to be. I used to be real good at it. I knew what I brought to the table. I knew that despite my flaws and my shortcomings, you were still coming out the winner if you wound up with me. And I don't feel like that anymore. I just don't. I don't understand why women think their value lies in things out of their control, because that's what we're told. Oh, we're told outright, like, oh, you can't do this and you can't even do that anymore. And because we are easier to control when we have no self-esteem. And so many people out there, they use that tactic. Slap said that's bullshit. Bullshit. It's not. Check my DMs. Okay. Oh, look at him. Meatloaf and baked potatoes in the pit. That's awesome. Look at him cooking. Oh, great job, Harlem. Great job. What a good kid. Men are simple and need three things. Go ahead. What are the three things? Sex, food, and what? peace? Do I strike you as somebody who instills peace in people? Silence and me, we're not friends. I can be quiet if I know it's okay. But for the most part, I just fill the silence with everything that's in my head. If a woman fucks, and makes a man feel important. Listen, I'm an excellent cook. I'm fantastic in bed. I give unbelievable head, and I'm a very good support person. But it's not enough. It's just not. He'll never cheat or leave. Yeah, well, that's what I thought with my husband, but it didn't work out that way. Granted, I'm a much better woman now than I was then. I don't have any rage issues. I don't have that constant need to be correct. I don't fight to be the right one in an argument. Like I've already told, like the best way to win an argument with me, make sure I can't talk. Like there's one very happy way to get that way. Slap happy. So I just called you slap happy. Why? Hey, slap happy. That's a good name. Where that came from. Oh, dear God. Sorry, Shelly. I'm sure the relationship coroner might have a different opinion. Relationship coroner? What the hell? What the hell is that? Oh, honey, I don't see it for me. I just don't. His buddies came over and were stunned that he was chopping wood and cooking. Good. Maybe they'll learn a thing or two. No, I don't see the value that I bring. Like I just don't. And I mean, it's been a long time of people chipping away at my self-esteem. Am I a good mother? Yeah. Do I love my kids? Yeah. Would I do anything for my kids? Without a fucking doubt. But other people, like I don't see what I bring other than, a lot of baggage. Like a lot of baggage. I can't imagine being loved that much. I really can't. I have no experience with that. So maybe I will one day. I don't know. But right now that's not going to happen in my life. I got 2 kids that are never leaving me. And I'm in the middle of trying to fucking move, and I just realized Sabrina didn't know that I wanted to move, and that was not the way to let her know. I'll talk to you later, booba. Don't worry. Not today though, because today I'm already drained, and it's 11 o'clock. Slap said, "You're a smart woman, Shelly." Yes, I am, but I'm also equally stupid. I can see you making a guy feel stupid, and that goes against making him feel important. The thing is, I don't try to make them feel stupid. I really don't. But if they're, like having a conversation with me, what am I supposed to dumb it down? I've tried that. It comes across so fake. I usually surround myself with a very varied kind of group of people. Lady Autumn Sky, Shelly. See, I wanted to avoid this, but anyway. Shelly, none of that negative talk. The proper response is, I will find someone who is not perfect. However, you're perfect. It's not what you try, it's what you do. Thank you, Yoda. At least that made me smile. Um, I don't know, lady. I got a lot of healing to do before I'll ever believe that somebody just loves me. I'm not easy to love, believe it or not. I'm really not. I don't get why, but I'm not. Anyway, what I do love is all of you. And I love that you're all honest with me. I love that you open up. I love that you that you push back because nobody really does. It's funny that I spent most of my life just getting my way because people are like, "No, I can't." Like, no, she's going to win the argument anyway. So you just give up? Thanks a lot. My tastes in men have changed a lot over the years. I don't need the fucking, the bad boy. I don't need excitement. I've had excitement. What I need is someone that I can trust, someone that believes in me like I believe in them. I need somebody who's going to be a partner. I don't like marriage. I don't know. I never saw marriage as, two people. It was always supposed to be one person together. I said, these boys got useless daddies. I tell you, they're raised soft and without a clue about hunting, building, anything. Guy in the deuce realm? I don't know what that means. Um, yeah, well, boys that got useless daddies that grow up soft and without a clue. That's hmm, funny you say that since I raised my son by myself without his daddy. It's just, I got a little problem with that one. Slap Murphy, I have faith in you, Shelley. Yeah, well, hedge your bets. Booba. Okay. I love you to the moon. I love you to the moon and back. And that is very, very far, Booba. Slap Murphy. It's Suzanne. Biggest need for a boy is a strong man. Very few strong men these days. It's true. It's true. My son will be the first one to tell you that if he's fighting back, oh, who taught you to fight? Sensei taught me. Wow, you got balls. Oh no, that's my mother. Like I feel like that's my mother. He's like, she don't fucking back down like for nothing. And she's got a mouth on her. And I'm like, mm-hmm. He's like, you are always ready to fight. Yep. But why? Because, you know, not for nothing. Everybody wants a piece of you. That's how you have to face the world. You got to be ready. You treat them like they don't want a piece of you, but always be ready for that, that stab in the back. Don't let them do it. I've let them do it. I've seen it coming. And I'm just like, sometimes I'm like, you know what? You obviously need this a lot more than I do. Go for it. You're going to lose me, but go for it. Go for the temporary fucking fix. It's fine. And people do that. They really do. Dude realm. Oh, the dude. I was like, what's a dude's realm? Um, but yeah, no, there are very few strong men. So that's one of the things that I want Lady to get into, even if she doesn't want to come on panel, which I kind of hope she does. But even if she doesn't want to come on panel, she knows a lot about having to draw on your masculine energy and exactly what can happen when you use that energy to make up for the lack of masculinity in your life. It's like all these fucking beta guys. How do I describe this without being too specific or insulting? there are people out there that have looked at me and seen that I would benefit them in one way or another. And so they would like love bomb and you're the best and da-da-da, and they would form an attachment, which I form attachments really quickly. Really quickly. And I know it's because I know my time with them is limited. Because people leave. They get tired of you, they get bored, they get distracted by somebody else, they see something better and they leave. The thing is, it's really hard for me to articulate. I assume they're going to leave because they always do. Right? Like I'm not going on 50% of my experience as 100% of my experiences have resulted in me believing that they're either going to cheat or they're going to leave. Either way, you're going to get your heart broke. That's just how it is for me. And I don't mean for other people, I mean for me. And these dudes, like I keep trying to like find somebody to have faith in. And people come into my life and I'm like, yeah, no, I like this, I like that. And even though I don't like the whole plan, I only like certain aspects of the plan, I'll buy the whole plan. Because you have to have it all to get that little bit. Which means I have to deal with 90% bullshit for the 10% gold that I got. And why am I going for 10% gold? Because when I lose them, it's not that great a loss. When they fuck up, it's not that great a loss. Like I joke around all the time. Like not everybody that you lose is a loss. But if you lost me, you fucked up. Like that's just how it is. And I had a t-shirt that said that at one point. I can't find it, but it's the truth. That's how I feel. I know that I will give you everything I have. I know that if somebody does that for me, if they're genuine in their affection for me, I'm going to give them back 100 times what they give me. But as I've gotten older, and Slap, you hit the nail on the head. I am very smart. And I have always had to take care of myself and everybody else. So I'm very strong. Smart, strong, funny, ballsy. I can be very intimidating. And my ex-husband used to say, like, just me existing emasculated him. I didn't have to do anything. And my question was, then why did you pick me? Well, because you're really smart. You're really smart. So all those things you fucking loved about me are making you feel like shit. And it's my fault, even though I didn't do it. That's just who I am. Yes. It makes no sense. None. Because I don't go into relationships to outdo anybody. You know, it's so fucking weird that they're like, oh, I love that she's all these things. There's somebody I could depend on. Da, da, da. And then they turn around and go, you never need me. I'm sorry. Wasn't that one of the like good points that you put for marrying me? For having a relationship with me? For being friends with me? Any relationship. You picked me because I was smart. You picked me because I said things that, you know, you wanted other people to hear because you couldn't articulate them. You picked me because I was outgoing and I would go out and I would take you with me and you would meet people and I would talk, but you felt included. You know, and I'm going through all these different relationships in my life, little like picking and choosing. So it's not just one person. Nobody gets to be all butthurt. You can all fucking be butthurt. I don't care. Except for Miguel, because I'm not doing that again. You could be brain hurt. I'm leaving your ass alone. I know it's the highlight of your day. I know. Anyway, but like all these things that they loved about me, now they hate them because they make them feel like less. And like I said, when you tell me I'm too much, I tell you, then go out and find less. I don't know what to tell you. This is me. I'm not changing for anybody. It's not going to happen because you can't maintain it. I'm always going to revert back to the original me. This. I'm too loud. I am too outspoken. And I'm too this, too that, too that, to that. Whatever. What the fuck ever. I can't do the whole, like softness thing because I need that masculine energy. Because I got 2 kids to raise. It doesn't matter what their ages are. They're kind of special. I don't trust anybody else to do what I did. I just don't. I think it's valuable. I don't think a man will see it as valuable. I just don't. And I can't fuck with women. I don't do relationships with women. I just can't. Once you've been, almost run over by one, no, that's a level of crazy I can't deal with. And eventually, apparently, I drive everybody crazy. Let me go back. Wait. So I have 2 sons and stress to them how important they are in their children's lives. It seems to be working. Yeah, I do the same thing. Believe me, I do the same thing. Mim said very few take charge men anymore. Yeah, there's very few. And I need a strong man because I am a handful. I'm submissive by nature when I'm in a relationship if he's a man. But that doesn't mean I'm going to submit easily. Like you might have to work it because I will push you. Slap Murphy. So true, Shelley. Addition by subtraction. If someone is a Cancer and causing nothing but pain, sorrow, and stress, cut them out of your life, no matter how much it hurts. Yep. T3, we've had these talks, you and I, about the children. They're going to be okay when we're gone. I'm not worried about that anymore. My 14-year-old boy is making a better wage than a lot of adult men. Yep. Raised them right. Okay, got to call you on this, Shelley. You didn't pick him. He picked you. There's a problem with that. You needed to be involved in the picking. If he's a dumbass, don't pick him. Okay, but how many times have I said I make very bad decisions and I need adult supervision? Like that, those are not jokes. That is serious. I am not good because I don't make decisions with my head. I make them with my heart. And I tend to care for people who don't stress me out in the beginning. I fall for the ones who drive me a little crazy, I guess, who are a bit challenging to me. Not challenging as if I can't get them, challenging as if I can't always understand them. And more often than not, my libido made my decisions. I'm not good at restraint. I'm very good at loyalty. I am very good at fidelity. I am faithful to a fucking fault. But when I'm with somebody, Lord, everything I do, everything I say is pretty much through some physical act, even if it's hugging, whatever, it doesn't matter. My words fail me and I become the attraction. That's part of the problem. Good looking men are not for me because they're the ones that fuck me up. All my exes were really, really good looking when I was with them. Hell, half the reason I picked them was for what they looked like. And I went after them, or I put myself in their path and let them think they found me. And it just wasn't worth it. They weren't worth it. And that's who I thought I deserved. It's still who I think I deserve. The ones that have a lot of work to do on themselves, who probably won't. So yeah, I You're not good at letting them pick you either, Shelly. No, I'm not. Trust in yourself, live, love, and learn. Once you learn, put it into practice, and eventually you'll end up with a winner. So true. It's Slap Murphy. I've told my kids if I can't see, if the D said you have something in your hand, wait, and you keep it, it'll spread. What? I wouldn't think twice, cut it off, and I'm literally attached to my hand. Wait a minute. Okay, so I'm lady, you're talking over my head. Oh, the doctor. Girl. I was like, if the D, the what? You confused the shit out of me. I was like, oh God, I know I'm tired, but I can't be this tired. So true at Slap Murphy. I've told my kids if the doctor said you have something in your hand and if you keep it, it'll spread, I wouldn't think twice. Cut it off, and I'm literally attached to my hand. I have no problem cutting someone out of my life. No, I have no problem cutting someone out of my life. It's making room for someone better that I have a hard time because I know how to deal with shitheads. I know how to deal with abusers. And I don't know that I can be soft anymore. I used to. Oh my God, I used to be romantic and thoughtful and sensual and just everything I did just called out to you to, come here. Come on, come closer. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. And if I do, you'll like it. Come on. And that was just my whole thing. And now I'm just like, don't come near me because I'm going to hurt you. Like I've put up so many walls. I'm on here spilling my guts to you guys. And still, I know that there's aspects of what I'm saying that I can't say. I just can't say. I don't feel like crying right now. So I can't say them. It's very hard to admit that you're not a lovable person. Very hard. T3, how many men could live without running water, electricity? Tell me that. I don't know. Booba. Why we look for damage to help fix them and expect them to help us in the end never works. I don't look for the damaged ones. I just kind of wind up with them in my lap, literally. But, that's what's holding space for someone or something is you get rid of what no longer serves you. That allows better to come in. We know that there are aspects you aren't saying. So don't think you're difficult to understand. No, I know that you get it. I mean, some of you are very, I don't want to say worldly, but you have more experience dealing with a variety of relationships and people. The people that I know, like around here that know me, they're very surface level. Like they don't do profound thoughts. They're very happy going along like la 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 la. Like they're just bouncing along. No, Murph's turf is different. They're two different people. It's just funny that you never see that name and now we have two of them. Yeah, I do. I did that for a really long time. Like, and my ex-husband, he would love to get his foot back in the door. That's not going to happen. This is why I'm in therapy, because there are things I can't say. Like the words won't come out. I know them. I know what the words are, and I can't physically say them. I can't write them down. I can't type them. I can't admit them. I know what they are. I know they exist, but accepting them that's a lot harder. Admitting them out loud, that's the hardest of all. Booba, once I love someone, it's hard letting someone go. Once I'm attached, it's so hard to cut the cord. Because that's how we are. You know, you and I, Booba, we bonded over the fact that we both know what it is to be in the background all the time. The boys get the attention. The boys get the, the accolades. You had your two brothers. I had my uncle. You know, it was never me and it was never you. And we kind of felt, just like we were there. And all we wanted was to go off and make our own families because we didn't have like a huge place of value in our own. You're written off. You're just like, oh, well, nobody listens. She's the baby. Don't listen to her. She don't know nothing. The fact that you're sweet, the fact that I was sweet, the fact that you were always smiling, the fact that I used to smile all the time. People think we're weak. And it's quite the opposite. But in order for people to not think you're weak, you get hard. You get rough. You didn't do that. I mean, you're a little rough, but not like me. I'll cut you every way I turn. With the amount of barbs coming on me, like just surrounding me so that nobody can get close, oh, forget it. We're attracted to the damage unconsciously. It's a thing. See, you let a kid take psychology and they think they know you inside and out. I mean, she's right, but God, it kills me to admit that. T3, it's getting ridiculous already. I'm a single grandma and I got these old dudes trying to chat me up. Shit, I don't have time for that shit. Girl, marry one of them, let them take care of you, and do it now before they're like, nope, don't want her anymore. Just get one that has, money. I did everything for love all my life. I should really just do it for money, but I wish that was me. It's not. I think you ladies look at the raw material of a man and see possibilities. Oh, you mean we romanticize, idealize, and fantasize about them? You don't say. Not realizing you're seeing the best you're going to see, and it only gets worse from there. Nice. That's just like putting the sign over my head. Abandon all, hope, ye who enter here. Sabrina, no, that's soap opera mentality. Yes, don't mistake kindness for weakness. No, we do. Around here, we have nothing but damage men. So you gotta kind of pick your level of damage. I don't know one guy who is not fucked up in the head that lives here. This is why Christine was always like, you got to get the fuck out of Hoboken. Because it's bad. They're all messed up. Every one of them. Yeah. Lady Autumn Sky said, Sabrina, Booba, we have to recognize that trauma bonding runs deep. And it's not a firm foundation to build on. And that's the thing. You're comfortable with people who look at you and they can see themselves there. And Mimsy, you're right. Don't mistake kindness for weakness. I am a very kind person. Very kind. I don't like to show it. Because people think that it's a weakness. They think they can get one over on me. They think they could take stuff from me and I'll be okay with that. And I will to a degree because I do give you enough rope to hang yourself. But they don't realize I have a very specific breaking point. And it differs for everyone because it depends on what I feel for you. If I feel like just that we're friends and I just like you or whatever, you're not going to get away with much. If you're my friend that I love and I've, like laughed with you and we have a lot in common, you're going to get away with a lot. If you're a man that I love, actually love, there's nothing I won't do. And it will take forever for me to see the negative. Because what could be worse than what I've been through? Right? It's like I can deal with so much pain. And if you're going to offer me less pain, that's great. I know I can deal with that. But why does there have to be any pain? I mean, hurt, yeah, but pain? I don't like pain. I am a pain, but I don't like to feel pain. Part of my problem is I look at somebody and I see all the good in them. I see everything through my rose colored glasses. And then when the glasses are off, I'm disappointed a little bit, but I can still hang out. I can still be there because I still love them. It's just going to take a little readjusting for me to love them as they truly are rather than who I thought they were. If that makes sense. Because fooling me it's pretty standard. That's what they do. I think they've all realized that I choose to see the good in somebody. But seeing the good in them doesn't mean that there's no bad. It's just I tend to ignore the bad until I can't ignore it anymore. But yeah. Wait. Lady Auto Sky said, there's a reason not supposed to date within your trauma group. Well, see, I never learned any of that. What the hell did I know about trauma? I wasn't allowed to talk to any counselors growing up. What goes on in our house stays in our house. You don't talk about your conditions. You don't talk about depression. You don't talk about any of that. If a doctor says, how do you feel? I feel fine. Any pain? Nope. How are you feeling? Like, have you having any depression? Nope. I'm great. How you doing, doc? What's going on? Yeah, we didn't do that. It can spark growth in the right setting. However, not okay to build a marriage relationship on. Yeah, no, I know. It's always just hurt feelings. Slap said, okay, I got my fair share of estrogen. My audience my audience members is 78% male. Got to go do some manly things like wash the dishes. Rah, 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 rah. Nice chatting all, hopefully. I will have power Friday and see you then. Take care, Shelly. Smile. Oh, honey, you can hear me smiling. And please go to the Discord, join the damn Discord so you can tell me, if you're okay and whatever. Just even if you send like a daily friggin' thing, just say, I'm okay on Tuesday. Although today's Wednesday. Oh, it's hump day. I would love to hump somebody. Well, I'd love to be humped. But anyway, Suzanne T3, all these damn men out here rich and looking for a wife. No thanks. I'm already raising one man. Don't need another. Yeah, I don't want to wind up with a man who I have to undo his mother's fuck ups. But I'm gonna. Because I fucked up my son in many ways. Didn't mean to, but shit happens. And whoever he winds up with is going to have to deal with it. Have a good day, Slap. Thank you for coming by. And thank you for being honest and adding to the conversation. I love that. Make sure you come back Friday for self-care because we're going to be discussing, how all this sacrificing and stress can take a toll on you, what you can do to even things out and to rebalance yourself. Take a, it's going to be a fun stream. And I have a whole bunch of little question cards if we run out of things to talk about, which, because I always run out of things to talk about. Where's that lightning? It's coming. Be safe. Please let us know you're okay. Suzanne, Lady Autumn Sky, I'm getting ready to go do some butchering. Good for you. Good for you. I wish I had a nice big butchered cow. I don't know what's going on with the damn meat lately, but it's just not right. Somebody got a steak the other day. It looked perfectly well. It didn't taste right, didn't smell right, didn't make them sick, but still it wasn't right. I bought ground beef, and usually it goes like a little brown on the outside and it's still pink on the inside. No, this went brown on the inside and was pink on the outside. And when I opened it, it was so bad. So bad. And I hadn't had it very long. It was nowhere near the expiration date. I'm like, what the fuck? 3 pounds of meat, garbage. I was like, well, I'm just throwing money out. So I think I'm not going to buy meat for a while because I can't trust it. Mimsy said, Suzanne, I hear you. You're doing a great job. Booba said, we didn't go to therapy this generation. I'm envious of how in tune they are with their mental health. We were told, get over it and keep it moving. Exactly. That's exactly what. See, Booba is from Hoboken. She lived here most of her life. She knows, like, the guys around here are, they're broken. You know, they're raised to be, you know, bad. Like, they're badasses. But that doesn't make them good in a relationship. Like, her brother, or her 2 brothers, David and Angel, they are the way they are because of, you know, their dad being a stand-up kind of guy. They are who they are because their mom, you know, it has a lot of heart. There were times where we worried about all of them because they both had their crazy points. But when it comes to family, that's everything to them. Everything. It doesn't matter how poor they grew up or how broken they feel or how they've been cheated out of this and cheated out of that. They see those kids and everything is worth it. You know, they look at their wives and they adore their wives. Mind you, both their wives, not really attractive, really big bitches, and aren't really well liked. Feared, but not liked. And Booba, you know it's true. I don't give a fuck. But their husbands worship them. I don't get it. I don't get it. Don't cook, don't clean, don't do nothing. And yet they fall over themselves for these girls. I don't get it. Lady Autumn. Heck yeah, I'm here on alert because I know my parents are out and about and can feel that. They're going to stop by. Of course, no phone call. We live in 2020 and they still don't use their cell phones. Oh no, my mother calls me 5-6 times a day from her ass. But when she actually calls me by pushing the button with her phone, I don't know why. As soon as I answer, she hangs up on me every fucking time. Every fucking time. I'm like, are you ever going to learn how to use this damn phone? Drives me crazy. That long blonde hair. Anyway. God, I'm praying I'm not fucking up my sons. No, Booba. Your sons are going to be great. You are very, very strict. You are a very strict mother, but you're also very playful and very loving. Randy is awesome. Tell him Peaches said hello. Oh no, wait, I'm Bubbles. He Peaches. I always forget. And you're the plum. Smack that ass. Smack that ass. That's how she was raised, Mimsy. Yeah. Yep. That's how we were raised. Keep it all in. Cutting up Wild Hog today, T3. Awesome. Yeah, but too much safe space. And now we have 2 generations that can't function. You're not wrong. Oh, for the love of God. Suzanne told you always wash your meat with salt. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm just, I don't like salty meat. I'm impressed, Suzanne. That's so great. Mimsy, it's a life skill. This boy needs to learn to hunt or raise his own meat to butcher it and keep his freezer full. Yeah, it's a good skill to have. It's a very good skill to have. And I went another hour anyway. Son of a bitch. All right, Friday. Here we go. Friday is self-care. Lady Autumn, if you would contact me on Discord or through email, whatever, let me know. If you see me in a chat, whatever, you got plenty of time. And we could always do it another day, or you could, just do it from chat like you do it now. I just want to give you an opportunity to come up and to talk and to really like educate us on, male and female energies and how they switch and how we can, build upon one and minimize the other if we need to. T3, not my boy. He can cook, bake, clean, do it all. So he don't need his woman. They'll be his partner, not his downfall. Good. Texas Jen. Yay, you're still on. Hello, Shelly and everyone. Get some rest, T3. That defeated the. How did you come in and say, yay, you're still here? Go to bed. What? That's mixed signals, lady. Don't do that. But yeah, no. So yeah, lady, that would be amazing, Lady Autumn. My last. Yeah, just let me know. I mean, there's no pressure. It's just it was an idea I had, and I've wanted to get you on panel for a while. Because you always have really interesting takes on things. You have a lot of interesting things to say. And I want more people to hear you. Daisy girl. So I got my Texas Jen. I got Daisy girl. Just as I'm leaving. Texas Jen, because I know how late you were up, Shelly. I was up very late. Very, very late. And of course, laying down with all that in my head was not helping. And it was just like I smoked a whole blunt, nothing. I didn't even feel it. That's how wound up I was. But it's like, whatever. Sometimes I can't tell shit from Shinola. So everybody, I am going to bed. It is 12 o'clock in the afternoon. We have made it to noon. We got 2 minutes, but you know what? Whatever. Some alternate dimension, it's noon. Thank you all for coming and hanging out and talking to me today and indulging my very tired mind. Y'all really do mean a lot to me. I rely on you guys. I do. I rely on you for honesty, for feedback, to be my sounding board. I know that I want these things to go out and help people, but the person that it mainly helps is me. It's I can't always admit things to myself, and I won't always hold my feet to the fire. It's kind of hard to do that to yourself. That's why I tell you guys, and you make me accountable because that's what I need. Somebody's going to hold my feet to the fire while somebody, holds my hand and goes, it's going to be okay. You got this. It's all right. Stop the presses. Daisy girl is here. I love me some Daisy. Suzanne T3, I'll catch you in Discord later, heading out to get bloody. Great. That's awesome. Have fun. Don't hit the shit sack. Ugh, that's a horrible thing to do to me. Mimsy, I got a little bit of sleep, thankfully. Oh, sleep well, Shelly. Thanks for sharing with us. Love it so much as I can relate. Listen, the heart is very complicated and very simple. Sometimes you can forgive anything but yourself. Everybody deserves a second chance except you. You know, it's weird what we do to ourselves, how we self-sabotage, how much self-hate we carry around. You know, other people, they see us, they're jealous. They act jealously. They talk about you. They try to break you down. Sometimes you got to let them think that they did it just so that they're satiated and they get the fuck out. But I'm finding it harder and harder to let people think they won when I know they didn't. The thing is, I don't need the win. I really don't. I got no problem going, yeah, all right, you won. But I expect that when I say that, you're going to pack up your shit and get the fuck out. Leave me alone. When they come back, I'm like, you already won. You think you're going to win a second one? Because I don't play that game. Like, I gave you an easy out with your dignity before. If you come back and fuck with me, please don't. I don't want to go be that person. I really don't. I like making people laugh. I love making people happy. I like just the excitement of seeing somebody that you enjoy. You know, I don't want to have to go into a room or go into a chat or whatever and be like, hey, I can't believe who's here. I do not. Oh, I guess I'll stay. There's nothing else. I don't want that. I want what I normally do. I want to go into a chat and go, oh my God, they're here and they're here and they're here and they're here. And hi. All hearts and all love and all happiness because I'm very easily excitable. Like, it doesn't take a lot to make me happy. It really fucking doesn't. You know, like if I'm in a relationship with somebody and they walk past me, if they don't smack my ass, I pout. Bro, just like smack that ass and be like, hey, babe, and just keep going. And I'll ride that high for hours. That's all I need. My steps involve falling off a cliff. I jumped. Daisy, wanted you all to know I've been taking baby steps. My steps involve falling off a cliff. I jumped. What the hell are you talking about? You've been taking baby steps and now you jumped. What'd you do? Seriously, Daisy, what did you do? Because you worry me more than anybody else. You worry me. Send me a DM. Let me know what you're up to. I'm going to go to sleep though. So Daisy, do you need something like right this second from me? Because I don't want to go to sleep and then you're like, oh God, I needed her for something and I didn't say it. If you need something, let me know. Because I have a feeling once I'm knocked out, I'm going to be knocked out. Like I'm going to be done. Tell me now or forever hold your peace till you reach Discord and could type it out there. So I'm guessing it's not an immediate thing. I hope things are going to be okay at Daisy Girl. In the end, things will be fine. It's just getting to fine. That's the hard work. Daisy Girl. I good. We'll talk soon as I can. All right, babe. Trying to just rest. Okay. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. You go to sleep. We love you, Daisy Girl. We're worried about you. I'm worried about you. So just take care of you. Rest. And we'll talk more about the Great Escape later. Okay? Mimsy, Daisy, Suzanne, Lass. Who else? Texas Jen. And I don't know who else is here. A couple lurkers. That's all right. I don't know if Rabbit's still listening. If you are, Rabbit, I love you. Oh, look at this. Do you love me? Or do you just want to say nasty things, huh? Shame, shame, shame. Hello, Vicky T. How are you? I'm so disappointed in you, Shelley. Is that a fact? You could be as disappointed in me as you want because I'm equally disappointed in you. And that is the end of our show. Thank you all for coming and contributing. But now the air has gotten stale, and I'm going to end it here. So I'm going to go. Thank you very much. I love you all very much. I will speak to you later and see you in the funny papers. For the most part,
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
because I just love that. So have a good one, guys. Adios.